Hello there. How's it going, everybody? Good to be back. Hopefully you can hear me. Yes. So.
Bing bang!
Hello there.
Oh, synchronized alert. How you doing, Frank? I came in today with the Obi-Wan hello there, so I had to play it, you know. How you doing, dude? Hope you had a good weekend. I have been enjoying the beautiful rain here in the UK. It's been lovely. Not bad. Great weekend. Oh, glad to hear it, dude. I hate the rain because it flattens my hair. But also, you know, it's summer, and I don't think we're going to have much of a summer. I was just reading about it before I came on stream today. Like, the next month is going to be, like, just consistently wet and windy. Whilst the rest of Europe kind of bakes in 40-degree weather, I think we've kind of got the other side of it, you know? Wow, look at that super... Can you see that super grey hair right there that's just, like, luminous? Crazy. Rain does justify being indoors. However, I've had to go out quite a lot over the last week and get absolutely drenched. Just before we start, I had my band, we had our first gig, like, for a couple of years because of COVID and all that stuff, you know. And, so on the other side of London, I've got to carry all of my cymbals and my snare and my pedal, and I have to do all of that in the rain. And you know when it's like raining but it's not cold, so I've got my hoodie on, I've got a jacket over that, I've got all of this gear on me, and I'm like boiling hot, and I'm sweating, but I can't take it off because if I take my jacket and my hoodie off, I have to take everything else off. Oh man, it was awful. But the gig was great. The gig went really well. But I don't like the rain. I like it if I'm indoors, but Anyway, today, Caves of Qud tier list. I thought we'd open with something different. Let me turn this music off, and I'm gonna play. Hopefully you can. Got the Caves of Qud OST here. Should be able to hear it. But yeah, it was a really good gig. We headlined, which was cool. All of the other bands are really sound. And then I had to leave quite early though, because I live on the other side of London, so it takes me like an hour to get home. Can you guys in chat hear the music? Should be able to. Can, okay, beautiful. What is that instrument? Have we had this conversation before? Is it a panpipe? Or something like that? Or like a reed whistle? Some really obscure instrument? You think this is a synth? I think you're probably right, Frank. You definitely know more about this kind of thing than I do. Hey Ash, how you doing? Good to see you. How you doing? What's been occurring? You suspect it might be a wavetable synth. It's exactly what you wanted for your Monday night. Ah, happy to be here. Happy to provide my hot takes on which mutations are trash and which ones are alright, you know? You think I should turn the music up, or is it okay? My fucking taskbar keeps disappearing. I don't understand. It's that damn Bill Gates. First he puts a chip in my brain. And now this. Oh, okay. No, it was my... Never mind, it was my fault. Sorry, Bill. Okay, should we jump on in and get this fucking tier list on the go here? So I made this today. There were already some that somebody had already made a Caves of Qud tier list, but they didn't have pictures. I need pictures, otherwise I'm a visual learner. Okay, I need pictures. And there was one that had just mental mutations, but they just had pictures. And if you just have the pictures, I don't know what these icons mean. So I went through and I manually added all of the actual names for the mutations. It didn't take long. It took like 25 minutes, maybe. Very repetitive. Opening it in a sprite, typing, saving, opening another one, typing, saving. And then, after I did all of that, because the default icons here that you see aren't square, they're rectangular. They were 240 by 160. You couldn't see the fucking text. So then I had to go back in and open all of them again and change, press C to crop, go 240, type that in on every single one, save, open a new one, press C, 240, enter, Control S, Control O, open the next one, press C, 240. Oh my god, dude, I was having a breakdown. But here we are. I was actually thinking, maybe I should go through and like add some color to these things, but I'm like, what's the point? Sometimes I try and do too much, you know. It's a problem. We're gonna do all 59 mutations, including Metamorphosis, which isn't really in the game as such. And we're gonna do them in alphabetical order, so as not to show any favoritism. Even though we all know already my favorite mutation and there's at least one that you know is gonna definitely be S rank, but we'll get to it fairly shortly, actually. And here on my other screen, I'm just going to open up. I'm just going to open up a little table with the actual official descriptions so I can read them to you if anyone needs a refresher. Oh yeah, Psychometry. The best mutation in the game. Yeah, Beak also. Beak and Psychometry. And don't even get me started on slime glands. Ooh. Okay, so very first mutation here, Adrenal Control, aka meth. This is kind of cool. This is an interesting mutation. It gives you, I believe, plus but let me read. It has a 200 round cooldown, which is the main reason I have this thing open here. I wanna know the cooldowns. Increase your body's adrenaline flow for 20 rounds. You get additional quickness, and you level up all of your other mutations by a certain amount. It's okay, I think. It's not something I normally would pick. And if I'm being honest, I would be a bit sad if I got it. Through spending 4 mutation points. Like, if it was the best of the bunch, I would still be kind of down about it. I don't like it that much because, well, because it doesn't last very long and it has a very long cooldown, right? I don't know. Has anyone really used Adrenal Control, like, regularly? I feel like it's one you would often forget about. The quickness is nice. Anything that gives you quickness is really good. So it gives you 9 quickness plus your level, which is not bad actually. That's quite a lot of quickness. But 200 turn cooldown. I think this goes, for now, it goes in C tier. It's not, you know, we have D at the bottom here. I'm thinking of adding one more, which we will call dog shit rank, or we can just change this to dog shit rank. This is going to be the things that just, I don't think there's any innately negative or bad mutations in the game, but I do think there are definitely mutations that are just objectively good. And I don't think Adrenal Control is objectively good. It is useful in some situations, but for me personally, it doesn't really fit my playstyle. I would feel bad putting it in D tier. I feel like it's not quite D tier, but it's not B tier. It's definitely not B tier. Speaking of B tier, let's move into the B mutations here. There's four mutations here. Beak. I kind of like Beak, if I'm being honest. Is it good? It's okay. It's not amazing, but it does give you, I believe, let me double check, it does give you +1 ego. And it lets you peck people occasionally. I think just for the it costs 1, by the way. That's something I didn't mention about Adrenal Control. It costs 4. That's a pretty expensive mutation. And the quickness is nice, but there's better ways of getting quickness. Beak costs 1, and it's at least 1 guaranteed ego. Plus it gives you rep with birds, but no one cares about that. I think if you're playing an Esper, and you know, you often find you have like 1 mutation point left over at the end of character creation. I think Beak is fine. You know, if you don't want like Ficther or Night Vision, +1 ego, a small chance of damaging an enemy with your Beak as well. It's not bad, and it only costs 1. It feels kind of weird putting this. It feels weird putting it in B tier, but I'm kind of torn between these two. It's a B or a C. I don't think I can put it in B because it's just, it doesn't do enough. +1 ego ultimately isn't that great. It's a nice little bonus, but that's all it is, a bonus. So I think this for now goes at the head of C tier. To be fair, Beak is mid tier, not good, not bad. You agree with the B rating for Beak. Oh, and Ash, you also think a B. I'll consider bumping it up. For now, it stays in C tier. I just don't think... There's like a handful of mutations in the game, these 1-point mutations that I feel like are kind of... you don't want to waste your mutation point when you create a character, and I feel like, you know, Beak is probably one of the best of the bunch. It's not my personal favorite of the 1-point mutations, but I think for now it's like a high C, you know? I will definitely be upgrading and downgrading as we move along. If there's something else that comes up and I'm like, actually, this is better or worse than that other mutation that I ranked earlier, it is liable to move. So for now, Beak is like heavy C, high C. You know, it's fine. I like it. I pick it sometimes if I'm playing an Esper. If I'm playing a physical build, like a Chimera, I'm not going to pick it. But if I'm playing Esper, the ego's nice. You tend to start at B and then upgrade or downgrade. You feel like B is neutral. That is one way. That's not how I look at it, but that's definitely a valid way of looking at the tier list. For me, I think of C as being like average, D being like below average, E being like slightly better than average, A being like good, objectively good, and S being like just run maker kind of ranking. But I can totally see like having this, maybe if I had an E tier, I would see it that way, but that's kind of how I see these tier lists. So moving on, we have Beguiling. So Beguiling is nice. I do like Beguiling. So you basically, this is Proselytize Plus, essentially, right? Let me find it here in my little list, and I'll read you the cooldown. Beguiling. Okay, so it's a 5 cost mutation, expensive, very expensive. It has a 50 round cooldown. You don't really care about the cooldown too much with Beguiling. Normally if you beguile something, it's because you want to keep something with you for an extended period. Here we go. You beguile a nearby creature into serving you loyally. Mental attack versus a creature with a mind success roll, mutation rank, or ego mod, whichever is higher, which is nice. Plus your character level, plus a 1d8 versus the defender's mental armor. I actually think Beguiling is really good. I think the fact that you can... The game doesn't... it says, you know, you have the mutation rank or your ego modifier. You add that to the roll. The fact you can do either of those, I feel like is kind of underrated, because early game, your ego is going to be higher than your mutation rank. But then later on, if you choose to level it up, and the beauty about having, you know, Esper mutations is that you actually don't need to actively level them up. Sometimes you can just rely on your ego modifier. So Beguiling, it's a free follower. You know, as long as you can get a success roll. And if you have this in conjunction with Proselytize, you have 2 followers, right? Okay, yeah, I think Beguiling is maybe an A. I'm landing more on B, personally. It's not game-breaking, no, and it doesn't have a downside, but it is expensive. It's 5 mutation points. That's the most mutation points you can spend. And I think that's preventing me from putting it in A. Considering you can spec into Proselytize with, you know, you do need a little bit of ego to get Proselytize, but I think total you're going to spend 300 points going into the tree and then actually buying Proselytize. And I think Beguiling seems more reliable than Proselytize. Right now I don't have it in front of me how they work. I know how you roll Beguiling, but I don't know how Proselytize works. I imagine it's very similar. I think Beguiling is probably worth 4 points. I think, like, early game, it's really invaluable if you're playing a squishy build. Having like a Snapjaw Warlord or something with you to tank it's really good. We did it in our last run with George Harrison, RIP. It's really nice to have ability to take followers. I think for now, Beguiling is like a high B. It's just too expensive. It costs 5. And 5 is more than 4. You agree? Okay, good. Alright, moving on, we have Burgeoning. Burgeoning's really cool. I actually think I overrate Burgeoning a little bit. I think it's slightly random. It is level based depending on... So, if you use Burgeoning, you basically summon a 3x3 area, summon random plants from Qud, which doesn't sound great on the face of it, but then you remember this is Qud, and plants are absolutely insane. So it costs 3 points, which is a modest amount of mutation points. It costs 3 points, and it has a 3x3 area, yep. It also gives you plus 200 rep with the Consortium of Fighter. I don't think anyone cares about that. I like Burgeoning. However, I do want to point out that it is very, very possible, and it's happened to me a couple of times, to be killed by your own Burgeoning. Some of the plants that get summoned cause electrical damage, which doesn't differentiate between you or enemy, as well as fire damage. Let's see the cooldown. I want to know and all of these numbers are going to be just level 1. I want to know the cooldown for Burgeoning. So you start at 105 round cooldown. That's not too bad of a cooldown, truth be told. You're normally going to be using Burgeoning as a kind of get out of jail free card, I feel like, as opposed to an offensive mutation. At least I do. I use it when I'm running from something and I wanna slow an enemy down. However, it can do some real damage. Like if you summon like an irritable palm or something. But I think most people are going to be using it defensively as opposed to offensively. But for 3 points, I actually think it's pretty good. This is either like a high C or a low B. I think I'm actually going to put it in B here because the cost and the cooldown. The cooldown starts at 105 and it only gets better. Plus, it's just kind of cool. It's kind of chaos, right? It's like a chaos build. If you're running Burgeoning, what's more, if you have Burgeoning and you also have Temporal Fugue, you can do some really crazy stuff, like just summon like a whole map full of plants. I think I'm gonna put it in. I'm gonna put it in B for now. That could go to a C, but it's definitely a low B. By the way, I'm one of those people that if something's S tier, it's the cream of the crop. A lot of people just saying, oh, if it's good, it's S tier, but no, not me. So yeah, Burgeoning's alright. I'm not upset if I spend 4 mutation points and I get Burgeoning on the list, and the other 2 are like Slime Glands and more Slime Glands. I'm taking Burgeoning and I'm not going to be sad about it. Okay, Burrowing Claws. I actually kind of forgot this one even exists because I take it so little and so infrequently. So let me find out. It costs 3 points. You bear spade-like claws that can burrow through the earth. 4 successful attacks dig through a wall. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Burrowing Claws. I think the fact that it's so easy to get a pickaxe. There's one literally underneath Joppa. Or you can get a guaranteed one from Maffeo. I personally wouldn't use Burrowing Claws offensively. There are probably people who are, but because I have so little experience with it. So, it's worth pointing out, Burrowing Claws, they class as short blades. So if you're going for like a bleed build, I'm assuming it works with multiple arms, I'm not sure though. You could probably get some... Hold on, what is this? If the creature is wielding a weapon in its hand, claws, walls can still be broken within 4 successful attacks. I need to... Hold on, tell me the penetration. If I know the penetration of claws, not against walls but against enemies. So I don't think they actually have a penetration cap, which is interesting. But I don't know what the damage rolls look pretty weak. They are short blades, but I mean, no penetration cap's nice. Being able to dig through walls without having to get the pickaxe is kind of nice, I guess. But they're not for me, and for that reason they belong in C tier. I honestly don't have much to say about Burrowing Claws. You know, some streamers like it, though you've seen people. I'm sure there are people out there who like Burrowing Claws a lot. I am not one of those people. I don't know. For now, I feel like it's a solid C tier. I think it's probably objectively better than Adrenal Control. But yeah, I feel happy with this for now. Carapace. Carapace is pretty sweet. You know, Carapace and Quills are both, I guess, very similar in their function for the most part. Carapace actually has a much better AV, obviously, but it lacks any kind of offensive capabilities like Quills do. I find I take Carapace a little bit less, actually a lot less than Quills, but I still see its value for sure. A lot of people swear by it. Carapace costs 3, whereas Quills cost 4, so that's also worth pointing out, right? Let me find the description for Carapace. So, you're protected by a durable Carapace. You get plus level-based AV, minus 2 DV, but who cares about DV? Plus level-based heat resistance and cold resistance. So that's nice. And you can also tighten it to get double the AV, which is actually really good. These mutations, I think they do need quite a few points of investment if you want to outscale the mid and late game armors in terms of actual AV value. AV value, that's redundant. In terms of armor value. You know, like every 2 points are going to give you like +1 AV. And I don't know if it has like a diminishing return after a certain point where you have to start putting extra points. So it goes 3 AV at level 1, and then 4, and then 4, and then 5, and 5, and 6, and 7, and 7. So yeah, every 2 levels you get 1 extra AV. And the heat resistant and the cold resist is actually pretty nice as well. You get +5 resistance for each level you have. It's actually really good armor, and it actually seems to scale pretty well. This is probably underrated by me, if I'm being honest. I tend to pick Quills more often than Carapace. The fact you can double your AV as well is really nice. So it says here, at 10th level, it's equivalent to an unmodified Zetachrome Loon. So that's like 12... Sorry, 8 AV. For 16 if you tighten it. That's actually pretty sweet. I think Carapace... I don't know if it's A tier. I think it might be A tier. Just because I don't use it very often doesn't mean it can't be A tier. It's definitely high B tier. It costs 3, it's worth pointing out. 3 mutation points for essentially not having to worry about finding Zetachrome armor. As long as you invest the points into it. I think I'm actually going to put it in A tier. there really isn't a downside other than you can't equip armor on your body, but why would you want to? However, okay, one downside is you're not going to be able to, if you're going down a tinkering route, you're not going to be able to put any modifiers on. It just is what it is. But I think coupled with the resistances, it's going to be really good, especially if you're going down into like Bethesda Susa or something, and you know you haven't really got much decent gear that provides you cold protection. I think Carapace is good. I'm gonna endeavor to use it more. I've always kind of just brushed it off a little bit in favor of Quills, but I think it's good. Yeah, A tier for now. We'll see. We'll see if it stays there. Clairvoyance. So Clairvoyance basically allows you to see an area of the map that you can't otherwise see, regardless of obstacles, and it actually has some... There are some kind of cool things you can do with Clairvoyance. I think it's a pretty cheap... Let me find the... I think Clairvoyance might only cost 2. Double check that. Yeah, it costs 2 mutation points. It's very cheap, but it actually has some use. If you're playing a range build, it's kind of nice. If you're playing Sunder Mind build, you're going like heavy Esper, Clairvoyance is almost like a must take, because you can just like see the other side of the map and just Sunder Mind from the get-go. So I think Clairvoyance definitely has a lot of value. With that said, I think outside of playing maybe a Sunder Mind character or a range build, if you're going heavy range, I mean, you should always be using range. If you're going like heavy range build, and if you're in on a map with lots of obstacles, I honestly think it's not going to be that useful. I think like using it deep underground could be nice to see if there are like gamma moths or something, you know, lurking around the corner. But outside of that, I don't think it's particularly useful. What do you guys think about Clairvoyance? I think it belongs probably in... I'm torn between B and C. I think it belongs in C tier, I think. On its own, it's just not very useful. That's not the point of it. The point is that you kind of pair it up with something. But on its own, it's not that great. Yeah, that's the thing, Frank. With a synergy, it becomes really strong, but these are all being judged individually on their own, by their own merit, and I think I would put Clairvoyance probably in a C. Let's take a quick look at the also, it has a 100 turn cooldown. Not bad, not great. I think you can get it to a certain level where you can pretty much view the entire map. It lasts for 20 rounds. The fact that it has such a short duration, I think, goes against it quite heavily as well. Yeah, so from level 15 onwards, and who's going to put 15 mutation points into Clairvoyance? But if you do put 15 levels into Clairvoyance, you can see the whole map. For like 30 rounds. I think it belongs in C. If anyone has any cases for it, I'm willing to hear them, but for now I think Clairvoyance belongs in C tier. It would definitely go in B tier if you're doing like considering the synergies you can have with it, but seeing the map is awesome, but think about it. If you're above ground, it's not that awesome. Especially if it's daytime, you know. Underground, it becomes a lot more useful. However, when you take into consideration, you know, all of the obstacles that you might encounter underground, like walls and things, and getting a line of sight on an enemy, if you've got like light manipulation or Sunder Mind, Clairvoyance is amazing. But if you're still using a regular ranged weapon, I think it's nice, but it's not like incredible. I think it's high C. It's better than Beak. For the most part. But if I'm being real with you, whenever I've had Clairvoyance, I've maybe leveled it up like 4 or 5 times on the character before I kind of leave it and I'm like, okay, that's enough for now. I think putting 15 levels into Clairvoyance is obscene. And I don't think it's, honestly, people would ever do that. And yeah, exactly, Frank. 15 points is 15 points you could have put into something else. If you want good Clairvoyance, then you can dominate like a Snapjaw, and you can just smell enemies. I think that's objectively better, but I'm not putting mutations that the player can't access from the character creation screen in this tier list, other than Metamorphosis, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Alright, let's move on. Confusion Stinger, I'm going to be honest, I don't like this mutation. I think of all the stingers, it's the worst one. I almost never take this. In fact, I never would actively take it. If I was given it, I wouldn't be like unhappy, but I think compared to Poison Stinger and even the Sleep, the Paralyze Stinger, this is the worst one. I think the problem with Confusion in Qud is that it seems a lot more effective against the player character as opposed to enemies. I actually don't know how it affects enemies other than I think it means they can't use certain abilities. But I think this is the worst one. The Confusion Stinger I think costs 3. Let's check. Yeah, it costs 3. Yeah, it has a 20% chance to attack when you're in melee, which is nice. It's one of the few things it has going for it. Alternatively, you can actually set it as your main weapon from your equipment screen to just attack with the stinger. And by using the actual ability Sting, you get like you get to almost guarantee that it procs, but so when enemies are confused, they don't attack, they feel blinded and they wander. I think it is cheap. I think 3 cost is definitely right for it. It's not like super powerful, but it's also not that good in my opinion. When you compare it to, let's see how much. Okay, so I actually didn't know this. Paralyzing Stinger, which we'll get to later, is actually 4, and Poison is 4, which makes sense. Poison is really good, but this is 1 point cheaper. I feel like this is a kind of mutation you take if you don't know what else to take, or if you get it through spending mutation points. I think it has some use in like crowd control. I'm talking myself into it more the more I think about it. I was actually going to put it in D tier, I'm not going to lie. I think it definitely belongs in C tier. I was going to shit all over confusing Stinger. It's actually called Confusing Venom Stinger, but I couldn't fit all of the text in. So I think it belongs in C. It's and then I think, you know, what would I rather have between Confusing Stinger and Burrowing Claws? I would honestly rather have the Confusing Stinger. Would I rather have Beak? The majority of the time, I would rather have Beak. If I'm playing an Esper, I would much rather have Beak, just for one. And it's essentially, I know that the costs are very different here, but I think they're probably level. I think most people would take the Stinger before Beak. I just think the way I enjoy playing the game, going like obscenely high ego, I think I would much rather have Beak. Just as a little bonus, you know. And peck. Pecking an enemy is always funny. Alright, you know what, Frank? You've actually convinced me. I'm gonna put Confusing Stinger high C. It may even go at the head of C. But for now, I'm gonna put it behind Clairvoyance. I'm gonna move. Okay, Confusion. Confusing Gas, I think this is. No, this is the Esper ability, sorry, isn't it? I'm gonna be honest, I never take this. Like, ever. In fact, I don't know if I've ever taken Confusion as an ability as an Esper. It costs 4 points. It's fairly expensive. Okay, let me read the description. You confuse nearby enemies. Effective creatures act semi-randomly and receive a level-based penalty to their mental ability. So it fires in a cone. It has a 75-turn cooldown by default. And it lasts between 8 and 12 rounds at level 1. It's expensive. And the cooldown, very good. If I'm being honest. 75 cooldown isn't terrible, but it's not great. And considering it fires in a cone, for 4 points, I just feel like it's not that great. Yeah, it's definitely better than the Confusion Stinger, because you can hit multiple enemies. But it also has a 75-turn cooldown, and I'm reading now the cone that it fires from. It starts off at a 30-degree. You get a 30-degree cone, which is probably okay if you've got good positioning. Maybe I underrate this. It's just not my cup of tea normally when I'm dealing with like groups of enemies. Because we know what my cup of tea is when dealing with groups of. We're about to come to it after this one, but I would probably say this belongs in. There might be a case to make for it being in B tier, but as far as I'm concerned, it stays in C tier. It's definitely better than Stinger, but it's 4 points. It's 4 points, and you can't use it passively like you can the Stinger. So those go against it. I think there are definitely better things you can take for the same cost. I think I'm going to put it at the front of C tier for now. Yeah. I think there is a case that it could go in. I'm sure people have had some really you know, cracked moments where they've prevented themselves dying because of it, but I am not one of those people. So Confusion goes in C tier. Okay, Corrosive Gas. Now, if you've watched any of our playthroughs, you already know how I feel about Corrosive Gas. It's an instant S tier. Don't even have to think about it. It's got everything. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum at this point, but like, it's a great defensive ability. It's actually got incredible offense. It does a lot of damage. But I think the real key thing about why Corrosive Gas is so good is that the cooldown is so damn short. It's obscenely, it's broken. I mean, it costs what, 3 points? It's so cheap. It costs 3 points. It basically has unlimited use. Like, it's consistently good throughout the game. It doesn't matter if you're level 1 or if you're, you know, level 40. Corrosive Gas is still going to be your bread and butter. I'm going to say it needs nerfing. As much as I hate to say it, Frank, because I love it, it does need nerfing because it's hard to not take it. It doesn't matter if you're playing an Esper. I mean, unless you want to actually go for an Esper build that, you know, doesn't have any physical mutations, sure. But if you're going for a mixed build, Corrosive Gas is just too powerful to not take. It's like, you put 10 points into this, which is a lot of points, you know, by the late game, but it's reasonable. It's very reasonable. This thing is dealing huge amounts of damage. It's preventing any enemy engaging with you in one-on-one combat, or you know, it's crowd control. It hits like a fucking truck at high level. I think here's my solution to Corrosive Gas. Keep the cost the same, but you have to make the cooldown much longer. Like, much longer. Or just don't have the cooldown scale as much as it does with your willpower. If you have decent willpower, we've had multiple runs where as soon as Corrosive Gas has stopped spewing out of us, we can already run it again. So you basically get stuck in this loop where you can continuously pump it out. The default cooldown is 40 rounds, which is really good at level 1. As far as I know, there's only 2 other enemies in the game that use Corrosive Gas that are thereby immune to it, and one of them is the skunk, which is like a level 0 creature, and the other is, I think, the worker ant, which is like a kind of mid-game creature. But besides that, this is going to deal damage to everything. Let's talk about negatives. One of the big negatives for Corrosive Gas is that it doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. So if you're going for any kind of build that has uses Proselytize or Beguiling, this doesn't care. It will kill them just as quickly as it kills the enemy. Likewise, if you've just done the water ritual with someone and you pop this near them, get ready for it to ruin your run, because they're going to die, and then everybody in the game is going to hate you for breaking the ritual. But those are the only drawbacks I can really think of. It's pretty cracked. The cooldown is just, it's too good. It's too high. Like, if you have like 20 wisdom, it has a 32 round cooldown. But then with every time you level it up, it just gets better and better. So yeah, I'm definitely going to upload this to YouTube. And hopefully this will serve as some kind of guide for somebody. Also, I want to point out that all of these opinions are my own, and also this video is only correct as of today. You know, was it July 30th, 2023? 31st. I'm sure this will probably get nerfed with a higher cooldown in the future, or maybe it will be 1 point more. Maybe it'll cost 4. But for now, Corrosive Gas is probably one of 3 really just objectively powerful and best mutations in the game. And yeah, when I first started playing Qud, I always wrote Corrosive Gas off, and it wasn't until I used it once and I was like, holy shit, this is cracked. And now I have to stop myself from taking it. It's that good, because it gets too boring, because you just deal with anything more or less. Unless your enemy is, you know, a ranged enemy, it's going to be a bit tougher, but like if you're dealing with something that's shooting you, it's not going to be as effective. But if you're dealing with anything else, anything that's going to try and attack you in melee, this is basically a free win, as long as you're smart about it. I also want to point out before we move on, and we really should move on, you can use this with an item called a gas tumbler, which I think concentrates the gas even further but reduces its spread. I have only ever found, in about almost 600 hours of Qud, I've only found the gas tumbler, like, I don't even know if it's still in the game. If anyone's found one recently, let me know. I don't think it's a mod. I think it's actually, yeah, gas tumbler. I'm gonna say, I don't know why, but I think the gas tumbler might be the rarest item in the game. Yeah, gases you release are 100% denser, but they disperse 75% slower. You can also use it with that to probably mess around with how effective corrosive gas is, but yeah. Oh, one last thing that we haven't even mentioned about corrosive, I have to stop singing its praises. It digs through walls. You know how we were talking about Burrowing Claws earlier? Kind of being garbage? Well, this, I mean, yeah, it's not quite as, you know, precise as Burrowing Claws or a pickaxe, but this also has the benefit of just chewing through walls. Quickly as well, like instantly. If there's somewhere you need to be, and you can't find a route to it, you pop this and it will melt through them. If that wasn't enough. You know, if there was a tier above S, Corrosive Gas would go in it. We have to move on, because I'm going to be talking about Corrosive Gas for like an hour otherwise. What's next? Cryokinesis. Okay. Cryokinesis, you shoot out a blast of, well, I guess you shoot it from your mind. A blast of like cold energy and freeze everything. It's pretty good. It's very expensive from what I remember. How much does it cost? It costs 5. Very expensive. It chills an area in I think a 3x3 grid. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's pretty effective at stopping enemies in their tracks. It also has a fairly short cooldown of 50 rounds. For me, it's... let me open the description of Cryokinesis on the wiki here. So there's a range of 8. I mean, being able to freeze enemies is good both defensively, obviously, and offensively. You know, you can get some free hits in. I think enemies become brittle if they get too cold. But I think for 5 points, it's a big investment. If you're taking Cryokinesis, you should probably keep putting points into it to justify the initial cost. It's not something I tend to use too much. I think it does less damage probably than the Pyrokinesis that we'll cover, but I think it definitely has better it has better versatility, let's say. for stopping enemies in their tracks. Let's see, at level 1... oh, this is a really good thing to point out. So, the damage that Cryokinesis deals changes. So, on the round 1 that enemies get hit by it, it rolls a d2 divided by 2. Garbage. And then round 2, it rolls a d3 divided by 2, and then a d4 divided by 2. So the more points you put into this, it actually can probably get pretty fucking... Yeah, if you put 10 points into it, it's rolling 10 d2s divided by 2 for the first round, and then 10 d3s, and then 10 d4. Plus the temperature decrease with each level that you invest in it gets higher and higher. I actually think the cooldown is a big plus for this. The cooldown's really short. But it's so expensive, and it doesn't have particularly good range. It also says here that unlike Freezing Ray, which we'll get to, which is the physical, I guess, the Chimera version of this attack, unlike that, it doesn't give any resistance to cold or freezing. So you actually have to cast it, as opposed to Freezing Ray, which you get an innate bonus to engaging enemies in melee. I've used it a few times, but not nearly as much as I probably should. I think it's a bit too expensive for my liking. I can see it being very powerful, but it's so expensive. I think this is like low B, high C tier. I don't know which one I want to put it in. I'm gonna be generous, I think. There's something about Cryokinesis that I've always thought was kind of cool. I think I'm gonna be generous, and for now it's gonna go in B tier. All of this is subject to change as we go. There might be things I realize that I didn't earlier on, and I might move things around, but for now it's B tier. I don't use it very often, but when I do use it, I feel like it is powerful. I very rarely will level it up very much. I think freezing enemies is objectively cooler than setting enemies on fire as well, personally. Anyway, next one, Disintegration. 3 cost. You disintegrate nearby matter. So this is the ability that I think is mostly made for destroying like walls and things. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think this is very good. It costs 3. It let's see, it has a 75 round cooldown. So it's not even going to be very effective for digging. That's what you want to use it for. It deals damage in a 7x7 area around the character. And then you become exhausted for 3 rounds after using this. This is a D tier. This could be the first D tier mutation. This is not good. I've played with this a handful of times. I don't think this is very good at all. I don't really know what the point of it is. If you're not going to be using it for digging, because there's way better things. Burrowing Claws, Corrosive Gas, a pickaxe. And coupled with the fact that it does not deal nearly the same amount of damage to enemies as it does to structural things, I don't really see what the point of Disintegration is. I'm sure there's some kind of synergy that I'm not seeing. But I think the real kind of the nail in the coffin is the fact that you get exhausted for 3 rounds after using it. That is like... This needs to be buffed. This is the polar opposite of Corrosive Gas in that it seems it just needs a buff. It's a last resort skill, yeah. That's the thing, it really is last resort. This isn't going to be an ability that you're using frequently because, firstly, because of the cooldown, and secondly, if you're in combat, those 3 rounds, if you don't kill the thing that you're trying to kill, they've got 3 rounds of hits on you potentially. Let me see what the wiki has to say about it. Oh, okay, this is a big plus. Okay, I didn't know this. This actually didn't say. Damage is not affected. This is the damage it deals. The damage is not affected by armor value and cannot be dodged. That's actually huge. Also, a pretty big negative here is any loot on the ground will be destroyed. I'm going to keep this in D tier. I would much rather have Cryokinesis than Disintegrate. Much. I think Disintegrate's probably fun to use. If you're being swarmed by, like, you know, like 15 shoot crabs or like a bunch of centipedes or something, probably popping this is probably going to be super satisfying to kill them all. But late game, I don't know what you would use this for late game. Let's see how it scales real quick. It does do a shitload of damage at level 30, but who's going to put 30 points into it? Alright, I'm going to go from level 1 to level 10. I'm going to read the level 10 description. So at level 10, it rolls 10 d10s plus 20 for damage to enemies. Now that is an obscene amount of damage, I will admit. And it does even more. It rolls 10 d100s against structural tiles. So at level 10, it actually does an obscene amount of damage. Which is actually a lot more than I thought it would do. And let's be honest, if this doesn't kill the thing that you're trying to kill, those 3 rounds afterwards don't really matter anyway, because you're probably going to die. This is kind of making me want to put it in C, but I think I'm going to keep it in D for now, because I don't respect it. What do you think, chat? Is it a D or is it a C? Is it a low C? I'm going to keep it in D for now. D for don't take. I mean, it does only cost 3. It's not super expensive, but it's still 3 points, you know. Smell burning rubber. Weird. I'm going to... Yeah, it stays in D. I'm sorry if there are any Disintegration lovers in chat, but I don't respect you. And I don't respect the ability. So, for now, it stays in D tier. However, I will point out that even at level 10, Disintegration is doing a shit ton of damage. Okay, Domination. Now, we use Domination a lot on this channel. But I do want to point some stuff out. I was thinking about Domination. It is very expensive. But what it actually does, it does open up a whole new aspect of the game that you normally wouldn't have access to, i.e. playing as something other than a character, the player character. You want to play as a Snapjaw, as a chameleon, as, you know, anything that has a brain, any kind of living thing that can be dominated. This opens up a whole new avenue of the game that isn't normally accessible. Probably not stuff you're going to be too interested in when you start playing Caves of Qud. It is very expensive. I honestly think it's maybe 1 point too expensive. It costs 5. Considering Domination does have a... You know, it only works for a certain amount of turns before it runs out. Alternatively, if your original body takes any damage in the time that you've dominated an enemy, it also breaks the domination. So you do have to take these things into consideration when using it. However, it is so much fun to dominate a Snapjaw and then kill your original body, and then your mind gets stranded in the Snapjaw or whichever enemy that you want to use it on is so much fun. I like this skill a lot. Where does it go on the tier list? I think Dominate is probably... it's somewhere between a B and a C, if I'm being honest. Part of me resents it because it's so expensive. And because the cooldown is so long. But it's not that long. It's like 70 or 80 rounds? 75 rounds. It's actually not bad. And it lasts, at round 1 you get 200 rounds. It lasts for 200 rounds. And at level 10 it lasts for 1100 rounds. So it actually has fantastic scaling in terms of duration. I think that makes me want to put it more in B than C. I think by itself, if you're just using this because you want to... Here's my problem with Domination, right? If you're playing the game to kind of meme on it a little bit and just fuck around and do some crazy stuff, you take Domination because it's like S tier. If you're just playing the game to just play Caves of Qud and try and beat it, it really, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't really add anything to the run. You know, even if you dominate that enemy attacking you, you still have to make sure that your original body is safe and doesn't get killed by something else. And so I think that kind of goes against it. But if you're like a long-term player of Qud or like a veteran or something, this is a really fun. So I want to add the caveat that this sometimes is like S tier, just for unlocking new things in the game, but I think generally speaking it's a B tier. I think that might be a bit generous considering its cost. It may be highest on C tier, but I'm going to put it in B tier. I'm definitely going to put it ahead of Cryokinesis and Burgeoning. Like if we look at Beguiling, you know, Beguiling is just a follower that you have with you. And you still get to play as yourself. Domination is you become that follower. You know? Here's the thing. I could start taking... If I take coolness factor into consideration, Domination goes into A tier. If I take meme factor into consideration, Domination is S tier. So I think I'm going to kind of average those out. And I'm going to go like... I can't put it in A tier. It doesn't feel right. It's a good ability and I recommend playing around with it. It's really, really fun. But I think outside of trying those fun things out, it's not that useful. And it costs 5 points at character creation, which is very expensive. So I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it at the front of B. I think. It still feels a bit wrong putting it in B tier. Because I'm doing most of these mutations based on how good they are at just, you know, just playing the game to play the game, not to do anything weird on stream like we normally do. Hey, first time chatter. Jean Garad. How do I say your name? Also, welcome. Burgeoning is S tier fun. Burgeoning is very fun. Just Jean. Okay, Jean. Welcome, Jean. How you doing? Let me give you a little hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, Burgeoning's very fun. However, as we pointed out earlier, Burgeoning is can be a little dangerous. You can kill yourself with Burgeoning relatively easily. Burgeoning's chaos, pure chaos. Alright, let's move on. Oh, one last thing to point out about Domination. It doesn't work on robots. You need a ganglionic teleprojector for that. Which I actually think makes it not A tier, it makes it B tier because it doesn't work on robots. And let's be honest, would you rather be a robot or a biotic creature? I'd rather be a robot personally. I want to put it in C. Something in me is telling me to put it in C, but I'm going to put it in B for now, and I'm going to move on. Double muscled. Hey, Lacia, how you doing? Good to see you again. It doesn't work on oozes, no. Oozes don't have a brain, so to speak. So no, Domination doesn't work on ooze. I don't think it does anyway. Double muscled. Okay, how do I feel about double muscled? I actually kind of like, I do tend to value anything that gives you attribute points quite highly. Yeah, Disintegrate is that's the only one that I don't respect so far. I'm sure some people have had some use, but I don't care for Disintegrate. Double muscled is going to give you strength. It's going to give you 1 point of strength every 2 levels that you invest in it. But I think its real power comes in that it also gives you a chance to daze an enemy for a few rounds every time that you attack them in melee. And if you get 2 dazes in a row, they get stunned. And it is possible to stun lock enemies in the game. So I actually think that for something that costs 3, double muscled is a 3 cost mutation. So it's fairly cheap. I think on its own, it's like a nice bonus. We did talk about that earlier, Lacia, about the Zetachrome Loon. I think the fact you can't mod Carapace, it goes against it, but the fact that you only have to get it to level 10 for it to be the equivalent of a Zetachrome Loon, and that by tightening it you double your AV anyway, I think puts it in A tier. I personally don't use Carapace very often. Also, yeah, it means you don't have to look for Zetachrome. But I'm glad you agree on Disintegrate. We don't like Disintegrate around here. Alright, double muscled. So every 2 points you put into this, you get 1 extra strength. And your, let's see, what is it? The daze chart starts at 15%. And it goes up by 2% for every point you invest. So by level 10, you have a 1 in 3. You have 33% chance of inflicting daze on an enemy. And you'll have +6 strength. So +3 strength modifier. That's pretty huge. I think that this, considering its cost, I'm not going to dwell on this one too long. I think this is solid B tier. You might be able to make a case for it being A tier. Hey, Chiller, welcome back. How you doing, dude? Burgeoning tier F. Oh, don't say that to Gene. I think double muscled belongs... It either belongs in like high B tier or low A tier. I take it a lot, and for that reason I'm actually tempted to put it in A tier. If you're doing... I'm gonna state my case here. If you're playing a Chimera or a physical build that engages in melee a lot, double muscled is like... It becomes S tier, right? Because it's free strength, and strength has, as well as doing more damage, you get more carry capacity, you know, which means more money, if you want to think about it like that. It's kind of boring, if I'm being honest. It doesn't score very highly in the coolness factor or the meme factor. This is essentially the Qud equivalent of, you know, getting your pump on at the gym. So it's boring. I think I'm going to keep it in A tier. I can't put it in S tier, but I can't really put it in B tier because I do use it a lot, and I feel like it has some genuine most of the runs that I'm taking double muscled and I'm investing in it, I do notice that we have just way more survivability. We're ending the fights quicker, you know? Just get some resonance grenades and there you go, you have Descent. You're not wrong. Fun aside, Burgeoning isn't useless, it's fairly unreliable. I like Burgeoning, but it is unreliable. It's definitely the low end of B tier, I feel like. I hope that's what I said earlier. I have a tendency of going all over the place with Burgeoning. You think double muscled is S tier? A tier feels right. Boring, but most practical. It does make you a melee monster, yeah. Okay, it stays in A tier. I'd probably put it ahead of Carapace, personally. Alright, ego projection. We had a run not long ago where I picked up ego projection through spending 4 mutation, which, by the way, is what it costs. It's it's fairly expensive for what it is. I feel like there is some real... Oh no. Sorry, I just had a real... Where the hell... You ever have like realization where you think like, what happened to my t-shirt? Well, I normally have a shirt on the back of my chair and it's not here, and now I'm just thinking like, I don't know where I would have put it. Anyway, I can think about that later. Ego projection, it costs 4 points, and you can basically increase one attribute by an amount equal to twice your ego bonus. Has a really high cooldown of 200 turns. If you happen to have a high ego and a fairly high like strength, and you want to go and, you know, punch a chrome pyramid, you take its shield down and you want to get in there and you want to deal some damage, you pop ego projection to get like a huge boost to your strength or to your toughness or your agility. But it is worth pointing out you can only use it on those 3 attributes. You can't use it on ego for obvious reasons. It can't buff itself. You can't use it on willpower or intelligence. So it's only strength, agility, and toughness. Honestly, buffing toughness is what I normally would be using this for. And if you're playing like... I often feel like late game... Regardless if you're playing a Chimera or an Esper, you generally have pretty high ego, either because you just want to make more money or because you're playing an Esper. So this actually isn't quite as useless as I once thought it was. That said, do I willingly take it? No, not normally. There's much better things to spend your points on. Am I upset when I get it? Sometimes. Sometimes not. So this takes your ego bonus, and it doubles it, and then you get that bonus onto whichever of those 3 attributes. At level 1, it lasts between 18 and 22 rounds. At level 10, it lasts between 36 and 40 rounds, which isn't much, if we're being honest, even at level 10. The cooldown is also very, very high for this. Chiller, you love ego projection late game if you can get your ego insanely high. You would say that though, because you're like a mad scientist when it comes to Qud. But I think for the rest of us, I can't put this any higher than C tier. I can't. I'm not really a fan of abilities in games that temporarily buff other stats. I find myself kind of not ever using them because either I forget or I just don't think they're very good. I think in a pinch, this could be incredible. You know, boosting your toughness by, I don't know, let's say like 8 points late game if you're fighting like a chrome pyramid or I don't know, whatever, an n-dimensional star shell. This is probably incredibly powerful. I don't think it belongs in B tier. Although I think there is a case to be made for it. I think this is probably high C tier. Would I rather have ego projection than confusion? I think I would. I think I would. Would I rather have it than cryokinesis? No, probably not. But that's just me. Some people would probably put it here. I'm putting it here. Let's see what the wiki has to say about it in terms of its advantages. If there's anything else that... No, there's no other points that I haven't already made. So, let's move on. Electrical generation. I like electrical generation quite a bit. I think it has some use if you're playing. Let me find the cost. I think it costs off my head. It costs 3 though. It does cost 4. Okay, so it's a 4 cost mutation. Basically allows you to not have to worry about batteries or keeping them charged. It also, you can discharge the electricity for damage, which is actually pretty powerful because most enemies in the game have very bad electrical resistance. However, I do want to point out, like all electrical damage, it arcs, and it can also hurt both yourself and your followers. My favorite use case for electrical generation is putting jacked on all of my gear and never having to worry really about putting a battery in it, only as a kind of redundancy. However, I do want to point out that the game is completely playable and without it. I also think finding jacked isn't always the easiest thing in the world. There is a way to guarantee that you get jacked. But outside of that, you might not ever find it. Simple as. We've all had runs where we're looking for a specific modifier for our tinkering and we've never found it. Jacked is actually one of the easier ones to get though. You have long blade and swipe. Also, that's a great point, Chiller. Generally, by the mid to late game, you already have at least nuclear cells, hopefully antimatter cells, and you actually never really have to worry about getting batteries. I think this is a nice... if I get this through buying it through random mutations, I'm never sad to see it. But I think the majority of the time I don't tend to pick it at character creation. But I do think it has some really fun use. The fact that you can discharge the electricity as well is a really nice bonus. Fairly expensive. 4 points. I think the fact that you can use it offensively, because electrical damage doesn't care about the armor value, right? It's just going to eat through. It only cares about resistance. Is nice. I think this maybe belongs in C tier, like a lot of these things we're talking about. I think it could be B tier. Let me see what... I didn't say the cooldown, did I, for you gain 100 charges per point of electrical damage taken. What is the cooldown for discharging it? I don't think there is a cooldown. You can just keep using it, right? But you won't get any damage because it hasn't charged. I think that's kind of how it works. Also, you know, it is worth pointing out, because this is a physical mutation, your willpower will also affect the cooldown. Or rather, I guess the speed at which this charges. I'm torn between B and C. I think I'm going to put it like in C tier. Just because it's not really needed. Like, you can charge batteries manually. You can also drink from cells to recharge it, but I've never done that. Hey, someone. How you doing? Welcome back. Why is Clairvoyance that low? Clairvoyance is in C tier because whilst it is good, unless you're using it with like Sunder Mind, I feel like it's mid. I want you to think of the C tier here as mid, right? B is not mid here, C is mid. D is like, C is average, D is worse than average, B is better than average, A is like good, objectively good, and S is like run defining, run winning. So just because it's in the middle of C tier doesn't mean it's bad. It's just that it has, to me, very little use outside of using it with like a Sunder Mind kind of build. Or if you're going heavy range. You could also watch the VOD back to see what I'll also post this on YouTube with chapters, so you can go to each individual thing. It's good for cryo and burgeoning, that's true as well. But beyond that, you know, anything that goes too far out of the range, you may as well just wait until an enemy gets in range. So yeah, electrical gen C tier. I don't think I can put it in B tier just because it's a nice bonus to having, you know, if you're going for like a heavy tinkering build, this is probably going to be like A tier. But I think otherwise it's going to go in C tier. It's a good ability though, don't get me wrong, and it is very fun. Anything that causes electrical damage, I find very fun. Alright, Electromagnetic Pulse. This is, I mean, objectively worse than Electrical Generation. It costs 2 points, so it's actually very cheap. It disables nearby artifacts. It has a 200 turn cooldown. This is not good. I think this may be a candidate for D tier. I don't think I've ever really used this and thought, huh, that's neat. You know, it just seems to... I mean, it's good against robots. But let's be honest, you're not going to really be fighting robots consistently until like mid-game. And you should really have a better way of dealing with them by that point. It's a nice bonus, I guess, to just shutting them down temporarily. But you just use EMP. Yeah, exactly, Leisha. You just tinker up like a dozen EMP grenades and you're good. It costs only 2 points, so it is cheap. But I think EMP is objectively just not very good, and I think it belongs in D tier. What exactly does Carapace do? Carapace basically provides you with armor on your body, and you can tighten it and you can double your armor value. And at level 10, it has the same armor value as a Zetachrome loon. So it's pretty good, but you can't mod it, and it does mean you can't wear anything else on your body. But it's a solid... This is high B tier, low A tier, I want to point out. More things. This is going to be at the low end of A tier. I do like Carapace though. Alright, moving on. Flaming Ray. I have a soft spot for Flaming Ray, so I'm going to be a little bit biased. Flaming Ray, it's cheap-ish, right? It costs 4... Well, it's actually not that cheap. It costs 4 points. But I do want to point out the strength of Flaming Ray, despite being, I guess, not that cheap, is the cooldown. The cooldown is obscenely short. You can pretty much use this, like, if you get it to a high level, if you've got good willpower, you can use this, like, every few turns, I think. You can also synergize flame damage quite well with other... If you know, you can use it with, like, electrical damage, or best of all, you can use it with plasma in the late game to basically just burn enemies to a crisp instantly. I will say it doesn't scale very well at all. You're not probably going to want to level it up beyond like level 10, maybe, arbitrarily. It doesn't scale very well, but the cooldown is so low that it essentially just becomes a flaming attack that you can cast at range. Granted, not a very long range. Let's find out what the range is. It's also worth pointing out that Flaming Ray, along with Freezing Ray, when you attack enemies in melee, you will increase or decrease their temperature for every hit that you land, which is pretty nice. If you have this at a high level, you're going to start seeing enemies burst into flames just when you're engaging them in melee, which is a nice like little bonus. Okay, so what did I want to find out? I wanted to find out the temperature difference. So even at like level 1, this is gonna have like less than a 20 turn cooldown. It's probably gonna have like 15. Here we go. If you've got 9 willpower, this has a 14 turn cooldown, which is obscene. So for most people, you know, this is probably going to be like a 9 or 10 turn cooldown between Flaming Ray. It doesn't have a very good range. What is the range on this? It's a 9 square ray of flame. So range isn't great. But early game, it's a lot of damage. It will destroy loot. Just something to bear in mind. It will burn the body to a crisp. If it kills the enemy, the loot will still be there, but the body will be turned. So if you're looking for a specific body, if you need a nullworm corpse or something, don't use Flaming Ray. Also, don't cast it on the loot because I think I think honestly, I kind of want to put this. If it was a free cost mutation, it would go here. Because it does cost 4 points, I think it deserves a front row on B tier. I use it a lot personally. I think it's really nice. Let's see what the wiki says about its strengths. Where are we? So low cooldown, sets enemies on fire, obviously. Can be used over water to create steam. Steam is incredibly powerful. It deals a whole bunch of damage. So that is also something to keep in mind. Caves of Qud OST. Yeah, it's just finishing. I'm going to restart the OST. It's a good ability. If it was 1 point cheaper, it would go in A tier. But otherwise, I think it's a solid B tier, high B tier. And I think we've probably all used Flaming Ray at some point. Like, this is early game, it's super powerful. Okay, moving on. Have Force Bubble. I'm going to say it now, Force Bubble I'm probably going to put in S tier. Being easy S tier for both. I have very different feelings about Force Wall, but I will get to that. Force Bubble is a fantastic mutation. It costs 4, so it's not cheap. It's not super expensive. But you get like 10, 12 levels in this. The duration is really long and the cooldown becomes nothing. And you can just keep popping it. And it's just... It's the best defensive ability in the game, hands down, bar none. I mean, not even Corrosive Gas can compete with Force Bubble. I mean, unless you're affected by, like, normality, gas or something like that, like, this is always going to be able to get you out of a sticky situation. So it forms a 3x3 box around the player character, and enemies cannot step in it, and you cannot be shot through it, but you can shoot out of it, which is huge. The fact that you can actually attack from it. If I were to ever nerf this, I would make it a 3 cost, but make it so that you cannot attack through it. But I don't think it needs nerfing. Please don't nerf Force Bubble. I think this is it's a simple mutation. I think it easily makes S tier. There's not really much to say about it other than if you can just imagine you having a force field around you. That's literally what this is. Let's find out what the cooldown starts out as. So at level 1, it lasts for 12 rounds, and with I'm gonna say 16 willpower is the average for like a new character. It should probably be a bit higher, but I'm gonna say 16. At 16 willpower, it's a 100 turn cooldown, which seems like a lot, but then when you factor in that if you level Force Bubble up to, let's say, level 10, it lasts for 39 rounds. And if you boost your willpower to, let's say, 20, you have an 80 turn cooldown. So for essentially half of the time that this isn't up, the other half, you're going to have a force bubble around you. It's just S tier. It's objectively a really, really powerful. Yeah. Also, M. Willis, welcome back, by the way. Good to see you again. And also, yeah, the ability to recoil from the middle of combat is also huge. I think this is objectively the best defensive ability in the game, and I think it makes S tier easily. Anything else to say about Force Bubble? I mean, I will say there is an annoying quirk with it, where depending on what is around you, when you pop it, it can sometimes form around you with little gaps in it. But beyond that, if you take, here you go, if you're a new player and you're watching this video on YouTube, hello by the way, if you take these two abilities, I guarantee you'll get further than you've ever gotten Caves of Qud if you take them together. But you'll probably find the game a little boring and tedious because they don't really do much in terms of excitement. You know, there's nothing fancy going on here. It's just effective. Alright, moving on anyway from Force Bubble is Force Wall, or Force Barrier, I think it's... Is it called Force Barrier or Force Wall? It's called Force Wall, okay. Force Wall costs 3 points, so it's 1 point cheaper than Force Bubble. And instead of it being cast around the player in a 3x3, it's cast from one point to another in a line, but you can put kinks in it, I think. Whereas this is more for protecting you from like a swarm of enemies, this is more for keeping enemies away from you by maybe like having a choke point and putting it between them. I don't think this is anywhere near as good as Force Bubble. I do think though we should talk about how it is cheap. It costs 3 points, and it creates a 9 contiguous square of immobile force field. It has the same cooldown as Force Bubble, and like Force Bubble, you can fire over it. It has unlimited range. Okay, that I actually didn't know. That will go in its favor. Because I never take... If I'm going to take any, I'll take this. But, I mean, I have used this a few times. And, it is nice. But it's not this. This is like, you know, Force Wall is like saying, oh, you know, we have Force Bubble at home. It's good, but it's nowhere near on the same level, I don't think. Let's see, at level 1, it lasts for 16 rounds. and with 16 willpower, it has a 100 turn cooldown. So it pretty much has the same. It actually seems to have slightly less duration overall than Force Bubble. At level 10, it has a 34 round duration, whereas I think Force Bubble had 39. Hey, Raccoon King, welcome back. How are you doing? Hope you had a good weekend. Higher duration at lower levels. 16 as opposed to 12. Yeah, at lower levels, but only for the first 5 or 6 levels, and then it becomes a lower duration than Force Bubble. I think this is harder to use. This you just pop and forget about it. This you actually have to set it up. I don't think this is anywhere near as good. I think there's a case to be made that it belongs in B tier, but honestly I think it belongs in C tier for me personally. Would I rather have it than Electrical Gen? Probably not. 9 times out of 10, probably not. Would I rather have it than Confusion? Yes. What do you guys think? Gene, you probably don't agree with me here about it going into C tier, but I think this is where it belongs for me personally. I like mutations that I don't have to worry about. The problem with this, you can set it up at a choke point, but if there's another way to you, the enemy are going to take it. So I think whilst this is S tier, for me this is high C tier. And I just want to point out, I'm going to put it here so people know, this C for me is average. B is above average. A is good. S is like great. And D is below. So just so you know, like for me, C doesn't, if it's in C tier, doesn't mean I think it's bad. I just think like it either is too expensive or it has very little synergy with other things. But I do think that Force Wall is high C. But it's not S. It's really not S. By the way, if anyone has any better way of like summarizing these, please let me know. I think that you know, this is how I just view it. But let's move on to Freezing Ray, shall we? Okay, so we've just done Flaming Ray, which you know I really love. I put it in the top of B tier. Freezing Ray is basically the same, except it's cold instead of hot. Who'd have thought, huh? I will say that Freezing Ray is more expensive. It costs 5, so it's literally in the most expensive tier of mutations. So it's very expensive. And I think it actually has I think it may have a longer cooldown. You get the hands with freezing. Yeah, Freezing Ray you can put on your hands or your face, or I think your feet. These are the physical mutations as opposed to the mental ones, which are the kinesis abilities. So Freezing Ray, it's 5 cost. Let me open the thing here. So again, just like Flaming Ray, it fires in a 9 square ray out from you. It has a 20 turn cooldown, so the cooldown is actually twice that of Flaming Ray. So that's something to bear in mind. Your melee attacks also will cool opponents down, having a chance to freeze them and make them brittle. This, I don't know how I feel about freezing Ray, if I'm being honest. I think freezing enemies is quite powerful, especially defensively. I think the extra cold resist you get from it is really nice. if you're planning on going like into Bethesda Susa, or if you're going to go deep underground. And unlike Flaming Ray, it's not going to destroy the bodies and the loot of the thing that you shoot at, which is an added bonus. But for 5 cost and having twice the cooldown at level 16 is 20 turns, so double that of Flaming Ray, and it only goes down by 1 turn for every extra point of willpower you have beyond that, meaning you would have to get it to level 32 plus to get a 5-turn cooldown, which would be cracked, but most of us aren't going to be putting that many points into willpower. At level 10, it deals 10d3 plus 1 damage, which is good damage, don't get me wrong, but that's at level 10. At level 1, it deals 1d3 plus 1. Flaming Ray at level 10, I think this will probably do less damage. This deals 1d4 plus 1. No, it's actually more damage. So yeah, this, I feel like, honestly, Freezing Ray, I don't know why it's 1 point more, if I'm being honest. It's very expensive. Yeah, it lowers your temperature, so it does do that. So it will freeze enemies, it will make them cold, it will make them brittle. But if I have to pick between this and Flaming Ray, I'm taking Flaming Ray like 99 times out of 100. Because this is too expensive, and I think whilst freezing enemies is cool as fuck, I think just having fire is just more, it's just quicker to kill, and the cooldown is also not great. It's not a huge cooldown, it's only 20 turns, but Flaming Ray is 10 turns, so I don't know. Let's see what the wiki has to say about the advantages of it. Deals decent area damage, so does Flaming Ray. Can freeze enemies. Okay, that is nice. Has a lower chance of destroying loot. And makes dealing with enemies who have methods of freezing their opponents far easier. So, expensive, not great damage. I mean, if Flaming Ray is B tier, this has to be C tier. Would I rather have it than Electrical Generation? Yes, probably. I wouldn't buy it, but if I got it from spending mutation points or somehow from a Gamma Moth, I would be pretty happy with it. I think the only tier that we will all agree on will be the S tier. I think so. Does low temperature, lower quickness? I believe so, yeah. Well, no, I know it does. It does for the player character, yeah. I think that's probably a point in its favor about the quickness, but I think overall it's a good mutation, but it's too expensive for what it is. When there's Flaming Ray there that has a half the cooldown, you know. And that's where it's staying for now. We should see, like, you know, the typical kind of the little curve here, the parabola start to form. You know, it makes sense that we have an equal amount of... We probably could have had an E tier on this list, not gonna lie. I think that probably would have been... Here we are. Alright, Heightened Hearing. Heightened Hearing only costs 2. It's, in my opinion... When I first started playing Caves of Qud, I took this fairly often, and I actually found it to be really useful. I haven't used it much in the, like, hundreds of hours plus runs that I've been doing, because I think, honestly, 2 costs is a bit too expensive. Is it a good survivability mutation? It actually is. Like I was talking about with Clairvoyance earlier, you know, there are some mutations where just knowing where your enemies are is gonna make you way more survivable. And Heightened Hearing is one of those. The difference, obviously, is that Heightened Hearing only tells you where the enemies are in a certain radius of you, unlike Clairvoyance, which will also tell you where walls and, you know, stairs and all of that are as well. Heightened Hearing's nice in that it's passive. There are very few mutations that are passive in this game, and they all if they are, they tend to be on the lower cost side of things, like night vision, things like that. I like Heightened Hearing. I don't use it as much as I once did, but I think it's good. I do question if it's worth 2 points. I think for 1 it would be a steal. Actually, maybe it would be too powerful as a 1 cost. So at level 1, it gives you a detection radius of 5 tiles. So that's your radius. So that's 10 tiles, really. Well, 11 tiles in total. Hey, Laconish, welcome back yourself, dude. Yeah, I've had a very busy week with my band stuff. I've got quite a busy week this week, so I haven't been streaming as much. But good to have you back, dude. We're about halfway through our tier list here. So, Heightened Hearing. At level 1, you get a radius of 5 tiles. To hear enemies. This will basically reveal enemies on the map to you, even if they're, you know, behind walls and things. And at level 10, it has a 40 tile radius, which is actually cracked. Although putting 10 points into Heightened Hearing might be a bit obscene. I think this is solid. I do like it. It's not as good as it's not as good as the smell ability that some Snapjaws have, for example. But it's cheap. You know, 2 points. You might have asked, but have I tried Lost Flame? I don't think I have tried Lost Flame. I am not aware of that game. This is by definition a C tier. It's very average. It's a great extra thing to have. It doesn't really have any downsides. It's always on. It's completely passive. This is top C tier. It doesn't mean I'd rather have it necessarily than like Freezing Ray or even Electrical Generation. But it is just nice to have. It doesn't do anything, doesn't provide any offense. But it's always on and it's a nice bonus. But beyond that, it doesn't do much. But it does tell you where your enemies are, and that is pretty much rule number 1. So actually, maybe it belongs in B tier. I think it stays in C. I think putting it in B would be a bit egregious, but better than Clairvoyance? It depends. It depends. If you're doing an Esper with Sunder Mind, no, Clairvoyance is way better. But anything else? Plus, this is Clairvoyance also costs 2, right? I think. Maybe I'll move it down a little bit. I'll move it a bit closer. You know what? We'll move Clairvoyance up. We'll put these together because I do think that they are very similar and they both cost the same. Heightened Hearing for you is D tier. I think a lot of people would agree with you. Old Hearing would be D tier. C tier is fine since before it blocked you from resting. Oh really? I didn't know that it used to do that. I will check out Lost Flame, by the way, Laconish. Thank you very much for the recommendations, as always. For me, I like it. I do prefer it to Clairvoyance, personally. If I want to chuck a few points into it, maybe like 4 levels, just so I know around me solidly where everything is. It's good. I don't have to cast it like Clairvoyance. In fact, I'm talking myself. I'm actually going to put it a little bit beyond. Alright, let's move on. Heightened Quickness. Heightened Quickness is good. It's pretty cheap. It costs 3 points. And I think for every point you put into it, you get... Is it +2 quickness or is it +1? Find out. Yeah. So at level 1, you get +15 quickness, which is nice, which is really nice. When you take into account that, you know, drinking like sun slag gives you 1 quickness, and it costs like 1,000 drams if you don't have a snake oiler. I think just the innate +15 quickness is nice. Is 15 quickness gonna help you out much? Probably not, no. But I don't think you can understate how important quickness is. UCAS, the legendary character that we had, UCAS, we got up to, I think just we almost hit 200 quickness, and it's like becoming a god, you know. So +2 quickness for every point you put into it, which means that by level 10 you've got over 30 quickness. You got 130 quickness in total at level 10. I will admit you have to spec into this like big time if you really want to start to see some like insane benefits from it. But quickness is just good. It just allows you to do more shit per turn. You know, if you've got 200 quickness, you're making twice as many attacks as you normally would within 1 turn. Or you're getting to do double the actions that you normally would. It's really good. It's so good. I mean, you can escape fights faster. You can run quicker. It's not the same as movement speed, but it's basically better than movement speed. And again, it's completely passive. So you don't have to activate it. It's just always on. And I think I'm debating if this is A tier or S tier, to be honest. It may actually be S tier. Leisha, you think it is S tier? There's definitely a case for it to be made for like high A, low S. At level 30, if you can get this to level 30, you're going to be looking at +73 quickness just from this. If you couple this with anything else that increases quickness, like Photosynthetic Skin, your character is going to become an absolute god. And it's just consistently good. I think this goes in S tier. I've talked myself into it. There's no build where quickness isn't handy. Exactly. It's something like, it's maybe, I think it's probably something that people tend to, especially newer players, they tend to underrate in terms of how much of a bearing it will have on your playthrough. But quickness is obscenely important. And having more of it is just objectively good, right? There's 0 downsides. Being able to do more stuff in the same amount of time that it takes your enemy to do its stuff is good. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm looking at the wiki here, and it's also mentioning, yes, that reduces the effect of the player desynchronizing from enemies when they take quick action, and use more items per turn, which is what I wanted to point out. That alone is incredibly good. You need to eat a couple of herbaries, like within 2 turns. This is the way to go. It's not the best scaling, but it's good. and it's definitely solid A tier, low S tier. I think I'm gonna put it in S tier. Just because this affects everything else. I figure you knew, but the new animation... Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them for the first time, Laconish. I was reading the update today. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for a full release next year as well. You really can't go wrong with it, indeed, Lacia. Okay, next one, horns. I like horns a lot, I'm not gonna lie. It does a crap ton of damage. And it has unlimited scaling for penetration. It also counts as a short blade weapon, so it does mean that you can spec into the short blade. If you set horns in your equipment menu as your main attack, which you always should, if you're speccing into horns, this is going to be your main attack. It's really powerful. It's also quite cheap. I think it costs 3. Where are we? Yeah, horns is a 3-point cost. Plus it looks cool as hell, I imagine. Horns also an S for you. Horns are one of those, if you build into them, holy hell, you're a murder machine. So, it is worth pointing out that you can't equip a headpiece, a helmet with horns. It does prevent that, so if you're looking to do anything with a ganglionic teleprojector, like we were in our last playthrough, forget about it. However, it doesn't matter because you've got some fucking horns sticking out of your head. This is essentially having a vibro weapon attached to your face, with unlimited penetration value that scales to your strength. It also provides, I can't believe we haven't even mentioned this yet, it also gives you armor value. It's not much, but it's not bad. At level 1, you get 1 AV from it. Every 3 levels, that will increase. So at level 4, you get 2 AV, and so on and so forth. Also, I believe, I may be wrong, but I think horns also can inflict bleed even if you haven't specced into the short blade tree. If you take horns along with like dual wield and you spec into short blades and you have actual daggers in your offhand, it's a ton of fun. You just get obscene bleeds. It was what we did in our last character. I think horns is... They're not an S tier for me, but they're definitely A tier. I think I would rather have horns than Carapace. I wouldn't rather have them than double muscled, but I think they go into kind of high A for me. You think all short blades can crit bleed? Okay. So yeah, horns, it has everything. It has some offense, it has a little bit of defense. The armor value isn't something that you should really take into consideration because it's not very good. But it is something. And considering that you can't equip helmets, that's also quite a big negative for it, but I think the positives more than outweigh the negatives for horns. It's a ton of fun. Horns, Carapace, double muscle is the stag beetle build, and it's a... yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you take these 3, if you're a new player and you're looking for some cool builds, some cool melee builds, take these 3 together. Be the stag beetle, and you'll have a lot of success, I think. But make sure that you have horns as, if you go into your equipment menu and hit tab, it will set horns to be your main attack. Don't be taking horns but also using, like, I don't know, a cudgel in your left hand or your right hand. It's not gonna be worth it. You will indeed also have a lot of blood everywhere. I really don't think there's many, other than not being able to equip a helmet, I don't think there's much downside to Horn. So yeah, easy A for me. Solid mutation. It's good. They're relatively mutation point hungry, yeah. I mean, if you're going to be going into any of these, you need to invest into them pretty drastically to get them as high as possible. I think there's probably a case to be made that of these three, you know, you get Carapace to level 10, it's already the Zetachrome Loon. You could probably stop at 10, but you shouldn't. But these are infinitely good together. These two synergize. This gets better with this, and this is just innately good. Next thing, Kindle. I don't even really have anything to say about Kindle. It's D tier. It's, do you want to cast a fire underneath an enemy that doesn't really do any damage? It only costs 1. If you've got 1 mutation point left over at character creation, don't take Kindle. Take anything else. It's not bad, but it's not good. I mean, has anyone got any good words to say about Kindle? It has a range of 12 and a cooldown of 50. Kindle was just not good. In fact, you know, if I knew how to make an E tier on this list, I would probably put Kindle in it. Whenever I'm fighting like an Esper character in Qud, like let's say a goat folk shaman, and they cast Kindle at me and I notice that my character's temperature is very slowly increasing, I'm like, I don't know if this is it, but would you guys say that this is objectively the worst mutation in Caves of Qud? Well, there's one more on the list I can see that I could maybe make an argument for, but so far, yes, Frank, yeah, this is definitely the most pointless mutation. Don't ever take Kindle. Take any other 1-cost mutation. The only thing you can think of is to use it to unfreeze yourself, but you can do that in so many other ways. Exactly. Kindle, yeah, Kindle was definitely D tier. It would be E tier if it was on this list. So let's move swiftly on. All right, light manipulation. I'm gonna anger some people right now, so strap in. I don't like light manipulation. I'm gonna say it. Do I think it's like does it have good elements? Yeah, it has infinite range. It's guaranteed to hit. So you must be thinking, oh, well then, Ross, why is this not like an S tier mutation? Because it sucks, dude. Let me tell you why it sucks. It has terrible scaling. Like, terrible scaling. Don't level this up more than a few points because you're going to regret it in the late game. You have to wait for it to recharge. And also, it just... I find myself getting more frustrated with this weirdly in the early game. Although, yeah, you'll kill a Snapjaw instantly. If you come across like a Beetle Bomb or anything of that like kind of level 5 to 10 enemy, it's going to take multiple charges to kill it, and you're going to be running around like a headless chicken waiting for your light manipulation charges to come back. I do not... A lot of people really love this mutation. I am not one of those people. I do see its benefits. I think there's... If you're running through a dungeon, if you're underground, it's passive light radius, which is nice. It frees up an extra hand that you don't have to carry a torch in. But then you get a floating glow sphere, and it's like, what's the point? I would go so far as to say, and I mean this as no disrespect, I would say that light manipulation might be a noob trap. not a trap per se, but the scaling is so bad. I can't stress that enough. This might be good for you when you're running around killing snapjaws, but later on in the game, even like mid-game, this is taking multiple shots to kill like enemies with armor. And late game, don't even think about it, because a lot of late game enemies are going to have resistant to light attacks, and they're just going to deflect. So I don't know. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely not D tier. It's probably low B tier if I'm being honest, but I can't put it in B tier for me personally. Some people would probably put it up here. I'm gonna put it C tier. But before I do that, let's read up about it. It costs 4 points, which is too expensive in my opinion. And I do want to point out that yes, it has unlimited range and it's guaranteed to hit. At level 1, it does 1d3 damage, but with an 8 penetration value. That penetration value was really nice early game. Having it that high, that's a really good penetration value. But 1d3? At level 10, it goes to 12 penetration value, so it's only gone up 4 points in 10 levels, and it now deals 1d5 plus 4 damage. It just scales so badly. I can't overstate that. The light manipulation doesn't even... The light radius doesn't really matter when you consider that there's so many other ways of having light with you. So I do want to say that I think this is a bit of a noob trap. I think it may do you some get you quite far if you're starting out in the game, but I think you'll get to a point where you've put like way too many points into it, and you're like, wow, this isn't killing as fast as it used to. And I think for that reason, this is going to be high C tier. Sorry, Frank. A noob. You're definitely not a noob, but I mean, you know, you finished the game. You might be one of the... that might make you the best Qud player of all time, Frank. But for me, I just don't like light manipulation. I remember trying to kill... what are those horses called? The equine? I think they're just called equines, right? I remember trying to kill one at like level 5 or something, and it just took forever. I had to run around for like 100 turns. And I just got so frustrated with it. I was like, I'm never taking this again. Yeah, that's light manipulation. I think a lot of Equimaxes, that's the one, yeah. Let me catch up on chat real quick. It's good for early game espers. Past that, not too much. Scaling is terrible. If only you can refund the point later on. Oh, if you could refund points later, I mean, it would be incredible. That might make an interesting new item. Oh yeah. How about this for an item or an effect? You can refund one mutation and get all of your point backs, but in exchange you get given a random defect. I think that's probably still too powerful, but yeah, anyway, there you go. That's light manipulation. It's probably really good for some people, but for me, I don't really value it that much. Save the new item ideas. If we ever do a community mod one day, we could do something that has multiple. Yeah, I still really want to do that. I think we have so many, like in the Discord, !Discord. We have, you know, we have people who code like yourself. We have like artists. It would be such a cool thing to try. Let's move on, shall we? We're at Mass Mind now. Mass Mind is interesting. It's quite expensive. It costs 4 points. I think it's pretty cool. One thing that's really cool is if you're trying to get, say, the achievement for getting your glimmer above 100 and above 200, Every time you use Mass Mind, you get 1 extra glimmer. However, as I'm gonna make a case now that I think Mass Mind is actually actively and objectively, let's say, I think it's a bad mutation to take. I think it's a really cool idea. So let me read the description here. It refreshes all mental mutations, which is huge. That's super powerful. If you're running a Sunder Mind build or a light manipulation build, God forbid, you pop this, bing bong, all of your recharges are done. Everything's finished, it's cooldown, you're good to go. However, here's the reason why I don't think you should take it. Because if you have Mass Mind, there's a small chance every round that another Esper somewhere in Qud is gonna steal all of your, basically all of your charges for all of your mental mutations. So that means you might be in a fight for your life, right? You're fighting a goat folk sower. Oh no. No. You've been teleported into the jungle. You're only level 5. You're fighting a goat folk sower. You can see him walking towards you, throwing grenades like a madman. Okay, you get ready to Sunder Mind. But oh shit, somebody just Mass Mind you. Now your Sunder Mind is on cooldown. You haven't even used it. Guess what? You're dead. Taking this is fun, I will admit, but it does open you up to some bullshit. If I'm being frank, I think it's bullshit when you get your all of your cooldowns pop off at the same time for no reason other than RNG. I'm like, you know what? I hate Mass Mind. I don't hate Mass Mind. I think it's actually cool. Also worth pointing out, it has a 500 round cooldown at level 1. That's probably the highest cooldown in the game. And the chance for your powers to be stolen is apparently willpower based. I didn't know that. So the higher your willpower, the better. But it still sucks. Let's read the advantages and disadvantages according to the wiki here, because I don't have much more to say about it other than it kind of it's fun because it does increase your glimmer, because you're stealing power from other espers, but also it does give you the element that somebody will steal all of your power, and you'll be a sitting duck. The wiki says advantages: allows the player to use mental mutations twice in a row. Huge, super powerful. Works well, works on all the players' mental mutations at once. Pretty much the same thing, same point. Each use increases glimmer, which can be useful for farming ego. Yeah, definitely. The reason that you might not know is the reason that's useful for farming ego is the higher your glimmer, the more likely you'll have somebody invade you, an esper. And sometimes if you kill them, there's a chance that you can imprint their ego onto yours and you get extra ego. Now, disadvantages: high cost, super high cost. It costs 5, right? Is that what I said? It costs 5? It costs 4. Okay, not quite as bad, but still a lot. Very long cooldown that isn't affected by willpower and cannot be lower than 100 rounds. So it's hard capped to be at least more than 100 rounds. Small chance every round that all of the players' mental mutations go on cooldown. It says small chance, but I find it happens fairly regularly. I'm not gonna lie. At least a couple times each level. Each use increases glimmer, which can be dangerous, so that's the same point as before. This is fun. I think if we're going for fun factor, this probably would go in B tier. But we're not going for fun factor. We're going for just straight up, like, you know, how effective it is. And I think because of that, this can't go anywhere that above C tier. It's definitely not D tier, but it's I think it's like low C tier, if I'm being honest, with its cost in mind and its cooldown. Not very practical, but very fun. Temporal Fugue, Mass Mind. The party started. Yeah, Temporal Fugue in anything is cracked. There's nothing Mass Mind can do that a will based Esper can't do. Yeah, you're right. Like, being able to pop off two Esper mutations back to back without having to worry about cooldown is really good. But beyond that, this is just not good. But it is fun. I do want to keep reiterating that. I think I'm going to put this, like... I'm going to put it between Confusion and Confusing Stinger. For no other reason other than I kind of want to break these two up. But it's low C tier. Sorry. Alright, Mental Mirror. This is low cost. It's either 1 or 2. I think it's 2, right? Yeah, 2 points. And a... what is the cooldown? 50 turn cooldown, which is good and bad. I honestly feel like a lot of the times Mental Mirror is kind of redundant. But if you're... okay. One of the worst ways to die in Caves of Qud is to get Sunder Mind cast against you. Especially if you're in the middle of a map and you can't run off the map in time to reset the Sunder Mind. You're kind of screwed. Unless you have a way of running really quickly or teleporting off the map or damaging the Esper. Mental Mirror kind of negates that. Which is good. But I mean, it costs 2 and that's very cheap, but I feel like honestly it's... I feel like this should be a 1 cost. Maybe it'd be a bit too powerful if it was a 1 cost, but the cooldown is fine, but the cooldown almost doesn't matter because you're really only going to need it that one time. But when it does pop that one time, it will save you. It also saves you from being confused. If you get confusion cast at you by another Esper or one of those snail things, it's pretty nice not getting confused because confusion sucks. But I don't really value it. I don't think it's D tier. I think it's probably low C tier. I don't use it very often. I only use it if I'm going for an Esper run, and by that I mean just psychic abilities, and I'm going for the genotype. Beyond that, I don't really find myself ever using Mental Mirror or really valuing it that much. So at level 1 you get +4 mental armor bonus, which is really good. I don't want to understate that. At level 10 you get +13, so it actually scales very well. You get 1 extra MA per mutation level, which is kind of insane. And at level 16 willpower it's got a 50 turn cooldown. At level 20 it will be 40 turn. At 25 it will be a 28 turn. So the cooldown scale's okay. It does increase your mental armor, which outside of using willpower is actually the only, I think the only mutation that will do that, but I just don't think it's that useful outside of being sunder-minded or confused. I don't think it's very useful. And it does cost 2, it doesn't cost 1. If it costs 1, I would probably put it in like low B, high C tier, but it costs 2. And it can only protect you from 1 attack. If something else attacks you immediately after, it's on cooldown. So I think for that reason, it probably would, for me, it would probably go end of C tier. Yeah, it can save you from psionic weapons as well, that's true. But you shouldn't be letting dervishes hit you in melee anyway, in my opinion. So I think I gotta put it here. I mean, there could be a case to be made that it would be here. But I don't think it's pointless or not useful. I do think it's useful. I just don't think it's useful most of the time. Unlike these, which I think aren't useful most of the time. I think it has to go here. Would I rather have Adrenal Control? I would. I really would. What do you guys think? Anybody a lover, an enjoyer of Mental Mirror? Because I'm not. I don't think there's really any more points to be made about it. Alright, this one... You never used it, didn't feel attractive enough. Well, there you go. That's definitely a negative, for sure. Like, if something doesn't grip you when you read about it, you're not going to use it, you know? So, Metamorphosis, this is kind of unique in that this isn't something you can pick up during character creation. Metamorphosis can only be, if you enable, I think, pre-release content, you can select Metamorphosis. Likewise, if you dominate Crow Song, you get Metamorphosis. But I do assume that it's going to be in the game. I have a problem with this ability in that I think it's broken to all heck, and I don't really know how it can be balanced. So what Metamorphosis does is very similar to Domination. If you're next to an enemy, you can just turn into them, and by turning into them, you have all of their abilities. I think you do keep your attribute points, but beyond that, everything that they are, you now are, including all of its equipment, skills, mutations. So it's powerful. It's very powerful. To get it to work is another question, because you have to have quite good stats. You know, if you get the rep with a cloned faction, I don't think reputation ever changes. I think it's always tied to your initial character. At least it doesn't work when you dominate an enemy. If you dominate a Snapjaw, let's say, you still have your original body's faction relation. I could be wrong about Metamorphosis, though. I almost wish I hadn't included this on the list, but I thought I would, just because it is something you can get in-game without cheating or enabling pre-release stuff, which is why I did include it. I mean, it's broken to all hell. As Chiller, I don't think Chiller's here now, but Chiller was doing a run where he became a cloneling, and he basically got like 20 plus drams of cloning draft from them when he became them. It's very good. It's like A S tier good. It's better than Domination. It's Domination plus. So I think really it would belong in A tier. How much? I don't know if... What would the cost for this be? Because it's not normally there. It's a 4... Okay, it's a 4 cost. You assume the form of any creature you touch. However, you do have to actually effectively dominate it. Like, you need the stats, the ego to do. So let's see. So at level 1, it has a 500 turn cooldown, although cooldown almost doesn't matter for this skill because you're probably only going to be using it a handful of times to become whatever you want to be. But it is worth pointing out that it has a very high cooldown, but that isn't really important. So this isn't in the game, and I don't know if it will be in the game, but it is in the game that as far as abilities that other characters have. I think it probably belongs in A tier. It's super powerful. It's super powerful, and unlike, say, Domination, you know, your original body isn't just lying dormant. Like, this is now you. If you do this, if you metamorph into the ape god, you are now the ape god, effectively. It's powerful. It probably is S tier, but because it's not like really something that most people are ever gonna access, I think it would probably go in A tier. Yeah, I feel good about that. I feel like that's probably where it belongs. If anyone has any other points, I don't really have anything more to say about it other than it's broken. All hell. Alright. You agree with A, but playing with it might change your opinion. I think, like, in terms of, like, meme factor and coolness factor, it has to be an A. Even an S, but I can't put it in S. Doesn't feel right. I don't use it nearly enough. Alright, how long have we been streaming for, by the way? Like, we're like 2.5 hours in. Jesus Christ, this is going to be a long video. I'm going to have to put chapters on YouTube. Okay, multiple arms. Multiple arms is... It's a pretty nice... it's a pretty nice thing to have. I mean, having an extra set of arms right off the bat, like a passive... Real nerds, 2.5 hours just talking about skills in a game. I know, and not even 59 mutations, and we're only about halfway done. Multiple arms, it costs 4 points. But allows you to equip more things and allows you to make more attacks per turn. Super powerful, especially if coupled with like double muscled and things like that increase your strength. I will say though, the devs have found a pretty elegant solution to making sure that this isn't too powerful, in that you can't just equip armor to all 4 arms. The armor value bonus and the defense value and the dodge value bonus is averaged out. It's not stacking, so that's like, I almost feel like that's too heavy of a nerf. So these multiple arms, they don't stack with dual wield. So let me read what they do here. So you got level based percentage chance for each extra arm to deliver an additional melee attack whenever you make a melee attack. I mean, that's pretty huge just by itself. At level 1, it's only a 10% chance, which is not really, you know, 1 in 10 attacks is going to actually connect. At level 10, it goes up to 37%, so just over 1 in 3. And at level, if you're crazy enough to take it to level 20, you've got a 67% chance. It's basically 2/3 of the time your other arms are going to attack, which is cracked. I think the fact that it doesn't stack with dual wield is not good. I think I do like this mutation. I do find myself taking it occasionally. I think for a 4 cost, there's definitely things you could probably take that would make a run better. I feel like having extra arms is just fun. If you're going for like a run where you want to have as many limbs as possible, if you're going like a Chimera build, you know, multiple arms is great for that. It is expensive though, I do want to point that out. And also saves you having to spec into dual wield. Although, you know, I think you can also make a case for if you're going for a short blade build and you have jab. Jab gives you, I think, 35% chance to hit with an offhand short blade, which is nice, real nice. But I don't know if this stacks with... Oh, okay. This stacks... This does... this is affected by jab, apparently. That's kind of nice. That's the downside, though. Dual wield does nothing for your extra arms made by that. Yeah. I feel like, you know, multiple arms is... I think it might belong on B tier. Possibly high C tier. How does it look here? I think... I do like multiple arms. I don't think it's particularly useful, especially early game. I think the fact that knowing it does stack with jab. Sorry, okay, let me... It says no, jab, you make offhand attacks twice as often. That's actually even better. So that basically becomes a 20% chance if you have jab, right? It's dual wielding that gives you the 35%. I think for its cost, it's slightly expensive, but it is good. I think it's a solid B, like middle of B tier kind of skill. Let's see what the wiki says. Allows for the player to take more melee attacks per turn. Can make the early game less painful for dual wielding builds. Extra hand slot allows for unconventional equipment combination, such as dual wielding with a shield. That's true. More space to equip relics. That's very specific, but true. Disadvantages: high cost. Extra hand and arm slots mean that the player will need to find 2 of a single armor piece to gain the same AV. That's what I was talking about, where armor is averaged across your limbs. How often the arms attack are not affected by dual wield, though jab in the short blade skill tree does. So I would say, I would add a caveat to this, that if you're going to take multiple arms, take jab. Even if you're using like axes or bludgeons, maybe have like a dagger in your second pair of arms just to get an extra, you know, hit in every now and then. But beyond that, I think it's a solid B tier kind of thing. You know, pretty powerful. But not super OP. In fact, not even OP in the slightest. Just fun. Multiple legs. Multiple legs is kind of great. It's expensive as hell. It's 5 points. But basically provides you with 200... Basically gives you twice the movement speed. When you want to sprint. So at level 1 you get plus 20 movement speed, so you're at 120. At level 10 you get plus 200 movement speed. So you're consistently moving twice as fast. This isn't the same as quickness that we spoke about earlier with heightened quickness. This is just how quickly you move. As in how quickly you move from one tile to another. But the survivability of that is so important. Like, sprinting is going to be your main way of getting out of those fights that you can't handle, and being able to sprint twice as fast is really good. This also gives you additional carry capacity. I don't think it's a lot, but it is something. Let me check the... So at level 1 you get plus 6% carry capacity. At level 10 you get plus 15%. So actually not bad. If you have high strength and multiple legs, you're going to find yourself being able to carry an obscene amount of stuff, which also means more money. Again though, if you have a nice pair of boots, you need 2 pairs of nice boots now to get the same amount of armor value. And Leisha, that's a great point. Who needs movement speed when you can get quickness instead? True. mean, there's definitely trade-offs, you know. The Heightened Quickness doesn't give you the extra carry capacity, but you're not taking this carry capacity. You're taking it for being able to run. It's definitely better. I would rather have this most of the time than multiple arms, right? I think just being able to move faster than enemies just innately is such a big deal. Even just the level 1 plus 20 movement speed, you're going to notice that. That's like 20 movement speed isn't nothing. You're going to notice that, like when you're running backwards and still hitting the enemy with, I don't know, flaming ray or your bow or your rifle, you're going to really see the benefit of that. However, like Lacey, you said, why have that when you can have this? Well, that's true. You know, this is just as expensive. I was prepared to put this into A tier, I'm not gonna lie, when I first got to this. But I think with all of that in mind, I think this is still, I think it's still B tier. It's ahead of multiple arms, but it's probably like, probably here. It's in one of these two positions. I'll leave it here for now. But if you're a new player, I recommend multiple legs. For sure. Just very expensive. Moving on, night vision. I used to love night vision. It costs 1. It's not particularly good, but it does only cost 1. It's one of the few mutations in the game that costs 1 point. You often find that you have 1 point left over in character creation, and this is normally what I would pick. I do enjoy night vision. It gives you a 5 radius of 5 field of view around your character, even when you don't have a torch equipped, and that is its real power. The power of night vision is that it frees up your hand. You don't have to have a torch equipped. You don't have to have a glow sphere equipped, although you still should, because that has a bigger light radius. But it means that if you wanna use 2 weapons, or you wanna, you know, equip a shield in your offhand if you're going for a shield build, night vision is actually kind of invaluable, and because it's so cheap, it's just good. It costs 1 point, a single point. It's not the best night vision. Holy shit, and I've just found out, okay, I've just found out a piece of info that I did not know from the wiki. Having night vision allows the player to see Hagaba, the troll. I actually never knew that. Interesting. I like night vision. It's not bad. It's also not good. It's but it is only 1 point. You cannot level it up. It's just 1 level, and it's almost like how you can't level up defect, but this is like a positive mutation. Night vision, the perfect leftover point for sure. If it had like a you know, like somebody had to write a copy for it, that would be it. Your personal call would be between Clairvoyance and Force Wall. And a free floating slot, depending. There's some really good floating slot items. Yeah, true. Night vision would be good only if it can be leveled up to see further than any other light source could. You're not wrong, but I think that's the whole point of it being a like a 1 point spare thingy. Otherwise it's D for you. You only knew you could see him with Clairvoyance. Hey, welcome back, little broomstick. I think night vision it's a C tier for me. It doesn't belong in B tier with this, in D tier with this like absolute garbage like Kindle. You know, now I often find myself taking Beak over Night Vision because of the extra ego and, I mean, I would say the peck, but let's be honest, who cares about the peck? But then I think, you know, would I rather have Mass Mind or Night Vision? Most of the time I would probably rather have Night Vision, if I'm being completely frank. But I will keep it here along with Beak. I think they're both kind of middling one-cost mutations that are both equally as useful sometimes. But that's all they are. They're just 1 point. You can't level them up. They're innate. They're passive. They are what they are. Alright, Paralyze. Paralyzed Stinger here. Hi, Paralyzed Stinger here. It sounded like I was trying to be the Stinger. This is pretty much... Where did I put Confusion Sting? I think this is like probably going to go here, if I'm being completely honest. So it's... I would rather have it, I think, than the Confusion Stinger. I think the problem is that if you... Am I right in saying that if you hit a paralyzed enemy, they break free from the paralysis? I mean, this is great if you're running from one enemy and you want to quickly hit them with the sting and get the hell out of there. There's also a 20% chance that it will make a free attack every time that you attack an enemy in melee, just like the Confusion Stinger. However, it's worth pointing out this costs 1 more point than this does. So this costs 4, which is actually, in my opinion, way too expensive. And that actually might be a case for it being lower than Confusion. Let's see what the wiki says about it. So at level 1, I do want to point out, at level 1, these stingers are really good to use as your main weapon. They start with a 7 penetration value and a 1d6 damage roll. That's really nice. You could probably spec into this as a main attack throughout the game. So the cooldown's really, really good as well. I mean, at level 16 willpower, you've got a 25 turn cooldown for Paralyze. Okay, paralyzed enemies are completely unable to attack or move and are much easier to hit, allowing for easier victory. If a paralyzed enemy doesn't stop being paralyzed, I think I'm confusing it with sleep. I think this is actually a little bit better then. Even though it's 1 more point than Confusion, I think this is probably like here. So you paralyze an enemy, they can't move or attack, you get a free hit in. But it doesn't scale particularly well. However, the cooldown is very low. And it's a free attack 20% of the time. Robots are immune to it. That is true, that is a negative. I think I would rather have Paralyzed Stinger over Confusion, for sure. So I'm just, because we already did it, we went on for way too long probably about Confusion Stinger, we're just going to move on to Phasing. Okay, Phasing, huh? I have some pretty strong views towards Phasing, I'm not going to lie. Now, I think Phasing is fun. Phasing is fun, but I think it is not particularly useful. Phasing is a 4-point mutation, so fairly expensive. Not super expensive, but not cheap. What is the cooldown on this bad boy? So at level 1, the base cooldown is 100 rounds. And you only phase for 7 rounds. At level 10, the cooldown falls to 73 rounds. And the duration goes to 16 rounds of phasing. Scaling seems okay. It's not the best scaling I've ever seen, but it's not terrible. Here's the thing about phasing. Chances are you're going to kill yourself accidentally in a panic when you do use it. If you use phasing to run through a wall, make sure that there's a gap on the other side of that wall. Otherwise, you're gonna phase back in and you're gonna die instantly. You will get an achievement for it, violating the poorly exclusion principle. But beyond that, I think I've had some. I still have them in my mind. There's a clip that I could probably find right now that I could show you that of me being just like a level 16 character or something, but I picked up phasing and I used it and I was not paying attention to the duration. It's my own fault. And I I literally had been streaming for like 15 minutes and then we just died straight away. Solar Horse, Frank, yes. Although phasing is good as an escape mechanic, otherwise you're going to go meet Solar Horse pretty quickly. Yeah, I think it's a really cool ability, and I know you can actually get builds where you're basically perma-phased. I don't know what level you have to get it to become like permanently phased. It has to be, let me see. You've got to get it to level 25. At level 25 phasing, you'll have 31 rounds of phasing and 28 rounds of cooldown. So you become perma-phased at that point, which is good because that's essentially you're never going to take damage from a regular enemy again. It does, however, mean every 30 rounds you've got to hit the phasing button. Phasing is actually a physical mutation. It's not a mental mutation, it's physical. It's incredibly powerful at getting away from enemies, granted that you have the environment for it. And I'm looking at the advantages on the wiki. It says you no longer need to worry about security doors. But you know what else doesn't need to worry about security doors? Corrosive gas, pretty much anything. Disintegration, burrowing claws, a pickaxe. So that's not really a point. High cost. It is high cost. Requires significant mutation level investment to counteract the low duration and high cooldown. So I think phasing has some efficacy as a kind of panic button, get out of jail free card kind of thing. I don't really care for it much. I don't think it definitely doesn't belong in D because it actually is useful, but it's very expensive. And I think for that reason, it's got to go in like... Is it better than Clairvoyance? Possibly. I think it goes here. For me. Personally. Kind of middle of the road C tier. I might, after I'm done, I might post this this tier maker screenshot to the subreddit and see what people have to say. I bet I'll get absolutely destroyed. Better than Heightened Hearing for sure. I don't think it is. Personally, I'd rather know where my enemy was, roughly. And so I can prepare to deal with them that way, rather than being in the middle of the fight. But that's just me. I think most people probably agree with you though, Frank, if I'm being honest. I think most people would prefer phasing. But for me, it goes here. Don't hate. Don't shoot the messenger. I've just personally had bad experiences with phasing. or I've just found that it hasn't been as useful as it seems on paper, if you know what I mean. Like it's a really cool ability, but it's just, I don't know. It's not as good as you would think it would. Don't shoot the messenger. Who sends a message? You just said it's not mine. No, I'm being somebody's sundering my mind right now. I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else. I'm speaking on behalf of the rat that controls me. I've been beguiled. You know, like in the first Men in Black, where there's that guy, they open up his head and there's a little alien inside his brain, inside of his skull. That's exactly what's happened to me, except for it's a rat wearing a cloak. Okay, photosynthetic skin. Photosynthetic skin is cracked. It costs 2 points. Just 2 points. And the galaxy is on Orion's belt. Yes, me lord. First time chatter, welcome. Yes, that is exactly the line. That used to creep me out. That line used to creep me the fuck out as a kid. Welcome. Yes, me lord. Great name. Good thing it's a rat and not Mitzi, who went in uninvited. He'll be in there at some point. A little tiny Mitzi will get shrunk down. I think photosynthetic skin is incredibly cracked. It costs 2 points, and not only does it give you, like, you don't have to worry about cooking if you're annoyed by that aspect of the game, but it increases your quickness. And I can't tell you how many times I've, like, overlooked this when I first started playing Caves of Qud. This is a fucking cracked. It's so good. It's so cheap, and it gives you so much. It gives you extra regen. It gives you extra quickness. It gives you starch and lignin that you can cook with, that give those two respective abilities to any of your cooking recipes. And did I mention it only costs 2? If you stack this with like, where is it? You go Adrenal Control. Oh, there's so many things you can do with it. It's so good. Let me open the thingy here. So at level 1, listen to this. At level 1, you get a 30% regen bonus. This is at level 1. 30% regen bonus. 15 quickness bonus. So the same as Heightened Quickness. And I mean, it does give you a dodge value bonus, but only if you're standing on top of foliage. We're not going to worry about that. This is super underrated. At level 10, you get 120% regen bonus and a 33 quickness bonus. I mean, this is like here. This is here. Like, just having those, the regen and the quickness in particular. This is basically heightened quickness but cheap, and it also has elements of regeneration. Is it as good as either of those on their own? No, but like, it costs 2, guys. Yeah, okay, so this is what I was saying about Adrenal Control. It's also in the advantages thing. Good synergy with Adrenal Control. Basking while photosynthetic skin level is boosted lets you keep the increased metabolic bonus until you get hungry. It's so good. Although, you do take damage from defoliant, which, who cares? I mean, there's not really much else to say about it. It's easy S tier. It's really, really good, and don't overlook this, because I did for the longest time. I think actually the first time I really ever used it was in one of my early streams. when Baz pointed out the insane regen that you get from it. If you take both this and this, if you take Photosynthetic Skin and Heightened Quickness, just level 1, you've got, I think, plus 30 quickness. Just right out of the gate. Yeah, easy S tier. Almost makes me want to put Heightened Quickness into A tier, if I'm being honest. It's that good. And the regen bonus is just like just such a nice thing to have on top of all that. And I don't know why it costs 2. Honestly, I feel like that's kind of broken. Okay, it does. Okay, on the disadvantages, it says that your blood is now sap. But why is that a disadvantage? Yes. Yes. Easy. Not much really more to say about Photosynthetic Skin other than use it and enjoy it and win. Just surprised. This is the biggest surprise so far. I think that's reasonable. It's just really good. Let me move my camera down slightly. You can get stuck in your sap blood. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that is like a slight downside. But again, yeah, like you said, who cares? Huh? Right. What do we have next? We have Poison Stinger. I actually really like Poison Stinger. This costs 4, I believe. Same as Paralyze. But unlike these two, I actually like this. And so we got this in one of our playthroughs recently when we bought a mutation, and I was kind of disappointed at first. Because I was like, ew, Poison Stinger. And then I made it my main weapon. And it's kind of good. It's not incredible, but it's like poison does okay damage. It's a damage over time. You know, unlike these two, which don't actually deal damage with their status effect. You know, they paralyze and they confuse. This one actually deals additional damage. And like we just said, the stingers have pretty good penetration value innately. Let me get the stats up here. The Poison Stinger. So yeah, it does cost 4. But damn, robots exist. Yeah, true, but I think I made this point earlier in that, you know, you're not really going to be worried about robots, at least in the early game. Mid-game and onwards, you are, but I think this is better than the other two by far. It probably will go like high C for me. I think I definitely underrated this for a while. So let's see how much damage does the poison do. At level 1, it has a 1d2, so nothing. At level 10, it does a 10d2. So it's not amazing damage, but it is something. And actually 10d2 is nothing to turn your nose up at. It also has a relatively short cooldown for the sting ability that you get by taking it. You know, the more if you have a high quickness build, for example, and you also have Poison Stinger, this is going to be way more effective. You're going to be making more attacks. It is expensive, and it doesn't really do anything to stop your enemies charging at you, unlike these two. But it does do damage, unlike these. So for me, this probably goes like... I would rather have it than light manipulation. Sorry, I just would. I'm just one of those people. restart the... Okay. So, next one. Precognition. Precognition is super fucking cool. It's a really cool ability. It's basically save scumming. They've taken save scumming and they've put it into the game as an ability. It's probably the single most single best like get out of jail free card. Not so much in terms of preventing you from dying in a fight, but in terms of meaning that yes, you can drink the neutron flux and not have to worry about your character being insta-killed. Or yes, you can try out this weird thing. Or yes, you can, you know, try and attempt to beguile or dominate this high-level character without them pummeling you to death immediately after it fails. Like, it has a lot of versatility. It has, it's relatively expensive. It costs 4 points. It doesn't cost 5. It costs 4 points. So it has an obscenely high cooldown, which isn't affected by willpower, if I remember rightly. Let's see what the actual durations are. At level 1, you get 16 rounds of precognition. At level 10, you get 52 rounds. You get about 4 rounds per level you invest in it. At level 20, you get 92 rounds. And if you, for whatever reason, want to even take it to level 30, you get 132 rounds. So cooldown does not scale very well. If you have 32 willpower, you can get the cooldown down to 100. I actually didn't think that it scaled with willpower, so I was wrong about that. So this is a really interesting one because I think by itself it doesn't actually do anything, right? It depends on what actions you want to take whilst you have it active. But I think the actions that you can take, kind of like we were talking about with Domination earlier, opens up so much stuff. It allows you to try things without having to worry about, you know, your 20-hour character being flushed. You can also do some kind of sneaky things with it in terms of getting achievements and things like that. If I'm doing achievement runs, which we've got 2 achievements left as of this video, I always take precog. Just because I can basically get the achievement and continue to play the same character, because some of the achievements require you to die. It's a very solid... I think it probably goes into A tier for me. Go like here, perhaps. There could be a case for it to go into S tier. I don't quite think it belongs in S tier, but I think it's a solid, super solid A tier. And I think like a negative of this is that certain parts of the game are seeded with each run, so you can't pop precog. I think you used to be able to, but you can't pop precog, buy a new mutation, and then if you don't like any of the list, you can't re-roll it and try again. It's seeded. Similarly, you can't drink shitloads of brain brine. It's all seeded. So that does lower it slightly. But solid A. I don't think there's much more to say about it, other than it's a kind of, it's the ultimate fuck around and find out kind of mutation, where you can do stuff that you otherwise would be a bit too scared to do. Why weren't you taking precog for achievement runs? I am taking precog for achievement. I also want to point out that if you're playing a Truekin, what is it called? It's not the Skulk Injector, it's the Sphinx Salt Injector. Will do the same thing as precog. Okay, question. You have Regeneration as an S tier mute. We haven't done regen yet. Also, hello Casey, how are you doing? Hope you're well. How was your weekend? I don't want to spoil it, but regen is going to rank highly. Don't worry. Psychometry. Okay. Probably not a hot take, but psychometry is D tier. Probably like here. You don't have to take psychometry ever. You can just go to Ezra and get it for free. I mean, I don't really have anything to say about it. How much does it cost? Costs 4 points, dude. You know what? For that, it goes here. 4 points for psychometry. That is... If psychometry costs 2... go to Ezra, get it for free. You can't level it up though if you get it from cooking. You can't, but if you have a high ego, it doesn't matter. It gets leveled up automatically because it scales with ego. So it's still a D tier. Psychometry is maybe in terms of cost, it's the worst ability, in my opinion, for how much it costs. You can't expect me to spend 4 points on this and then just let me learn things for tinkering. Also, you know, you have to be like a tinkering focused character. It's just not good. I don't have anything else to say about psychometry other than I don't respect it. And it's not welcome to stay over at my place. So, let's move on. Anybody else have any actual good things to say about psychometry? I don't think so. So I'm just going to move on to Pyrokinesis. Okay, Pyrokinesis, it costs, unlike the physical versions of Flaming Ray and Freezing Ray, Pyrokinesis costs the same as Cryokinesis. I believe they both cost 5. Very expensive. They do hit like a truck, and they have relatively low cooldowns for Esper mutations. I think I prefer this to Cryokinesis. It's kind of cool, you know, being able to set things on fire with your mind. Let me see the cooldowns here. So at level 1... at level 16 willpower, we have a 50 turn cooldown. At level 20 willpower, we have a 40 turn cooldown. So relatively low cooldowns. Same as Cryo, if I'm not mistaken. Fire damage is fun. Again, if you're using plasma weapons in the late game and you have this ability, you can do some nasty, nasty things to enemies. By combining the two effects together, making enemies auroral. For that, I think it goes slightly ahead of Cryokinesis. It probably goes into B tier. It's a solid ability. I don't have too much to say about it. I would rather have Flaming Ray most of the time, because Flaming Ray basically doesn't even have a cooldown. Also, unlike Flaming Ray, I don't believe that this affects melee attacks. So hitting enemies in melee isn't going to increase their temperature. This has to be cast for it to actually have any kind of heat-based damage. I think that's pretty much it. It does a lot of damage. And like Cryokinesis, it goes through, like, the first round it deals slightly less damage, then each subsequent round it deals more and more damage the longer the enemies are on fire. But I think I would probably put this, like, I would rather have it than Burgeoning. I probably would rather have multiple art. Well, I'm going to put it here. I'm going to keep it here, like low B tier. I'm actually starting to wonder if I should move Burgeoning. C tier. I think I may move Burgeoning, guys. Oops. I feel good about that. Right, let's move on. Quills. I like Quills a lot. As I was saying when I was talking about Carapace earlier, if I have to pick between the two, I actually normally go for Quills purely because it has an offensive capability. It doesn't have nearly the defensive capability as Carapace, but it is still pretty solid in terms of defense. So if you don't know, you can activate your Quills, shoot them out, and they will damage anything in the 8 tiles surrounding the player, so in a 3x3. It costs 4 points. How much does Carapace cost? I've forgotten. Carapace costs 3 points, so it is 1 point more. It is a negative. Sure. It gives... How much does it give in terms of armor value? So same as... Actually, not the same as Carapace. As long as you have over 50% of your Quills, you start with 2 AV. That then goes up to 3 at level 3, and then it goes up to 4 at level 6. And basically every 3 levels, you get 1 extra AV from it. The damage that the Quills do isn't particularly good, but in the early game, it's very good at dealing with groups of enemies, which is normally why I take it. I don't tend to level it up beyond, like... What did we say we needed to get? Level 10 for Carapace to be the equivalent of a Zetachrome Loon, right? Well, Quills actually is level 18 for it to become 8 armor value. So I'm actually realizing now that I actually think... I think I overrate Quills. I think I may overrate it. It hits flying creatures, which is a plus. It's very expensive. And the damage it does, like the penetration and the dice roll, isn't particularly good. So I actually think I may put Quills below Carapace. I may put it into... It's like a solid B tier, which is a surprise to me. I may put it like here. Yeah, I feel okay about that. Like, Quills is good. It's not as good as Carapace, obviously, in terms of armor, but it does have that kind of early game AoE kind of damage. So that's kind of nice. Don't think it gives you any resistances. So it is worse than armor, because you can't mod it, kind of like Carapace, and it also doesn't have any the heat or the cold resistances like Tri-Steel or Zetachrome would have. So B tier, still okay. I actually think I would probably move it like here, possibly. I feel good about that. Alright, regen. Regen's great. Regen's really great. Not only because you regen, you get your health back way faster, but at level, I think, level 10, you start to negate any like major health defects. So if you get shot by a gamma moth, but you've got high enough regen, it doesn't matter because your body just doesn't allow it to kick in. Similarly, if you get a fungal infection, regen's like, nah, don't even worry about it, I got you, fam. It just doesn't even take. So regen is just objectively a really powerful mutation. It's kind of boring, don't get me wrong. It costs 4 points. But you know, it's like a passive mutation. Even at level, let's see, at level 1, how much regen does it get? What percentage? Level 1, it gives you plus 20% regen bonus and 10% regen chance. Oh, that's another big thing for regen. If you lose a limb, don't even worry about it. It will come back. So you've got limb regen, you've got health regen, you've got not having to worry about fungal infections or mutating from a gamma moth, things like that. And at level 10, I don't think you can be dismembered at all beyond that point, because your limb will grow back instantly. So pretty powerful. 4 points. Honestly, not super expensive for what it actually does. I think it's really good. Not having to worry about finding Uber Nostrum injectors. Huge. Solid A tier. Case to be made for it being S tier. I think it goes in A tier. Let's see what the wiki has to say about the disadvantages. High point cost. The bonus to passive HP regen is too low to make a significant difference in most fights. Yeah, you're not going to be worried about regenning health in fights, but if you couple this with like meditation, you get out of a fight for just 6 rounds, you're going to be healing super quick. Limbs are dismembered very infrequently in Caves of Qud. True. But I do also want to point out you can cut your own limbs off, and there are reasons for doing that. If you're collecting blood, or you're a carnivore. And this becomes invaluable for that. And this mutation may lock you out of getting fungal infections, which I guess is a disadvantage, but those are pretty weak disadvantages. It's really good. I think it's a solid. It's like here for me. I think. Yeah, I think I put it like kind of not. It's not. If I had to pick, I would normally go for double muscled. It may go in front of horns though. Though I actually didn't think it would. Regen's real good. If anybody has any grievances with that, then let me know. But I think we can probably all agree that regen is just a good thing to have. Sense Psychic. Well, I think you know where I'm going to put this. I don't respect it at all. Probably goes about here. I don't care about Sense Psychic. It kind of has a similar effect as Heightened Hearing, but it only shows you where psychics are on the map. You can couple it with Sunder Mind, for example, and as soon as you step on the map and you get close enough to like another enemy that has a psychic capability, you can start sundering it. But beyond that very specific synergy, I really don't ever take Sense Psychic. I don't really think it's very good. It costs 1 point, so it's another one of those I've got a spare point left over at character creation kind of abilities. Does anyone have anything interesting to say about this? Here, even in the disadvantages on the wiki about this, it says Heightened Hearing does almost everything this mutation does and more. So I don't respect it, it stays there. I mean, Heightened Hearing does cost 2, but this is just not good. Sense Psychic, I don't respect it. Next mutation. Sleeping Gas. Sleeping Gas is going to go in C tier, and let me tell you why. It's no Corrosive Gas. I think it's slightly cheaper, even though no, it's probably the same, right? Because Corrosive Gas only costs 3, which I've seen. Yeah, it costs the same as Corrosive Gas. Initially, I think a lot of people tend to take Corrosive and Sleeping Gas, but let me tell you, if an enemy is asleep and you hit them with any kind of damage, they wake up. So don't take them at the same time. It's not a good idea in my opinion. Again, like Corrosive Gas, it has an obscenely low cooldown, which I think is a huge plus for it. It also has a relatively okay duration. You can also use it as a shield. If you can pop it around you and then wait for the enemies to walk in and then run. But it doesn't have anywhere near the versatility of Corrosive Gas. Even comparing the two is just blasphemous. So I think for me, Sleeping Gas is like, I would rather have Adrenal Control. It goes there, dude. I don't... Let me see what the wiki has to say about it. Anything interesting? Here's a disadvantage. Enemies that have enough toughness may resist the effects of the sleep gas. So even worse. So yeah, bottom of C tier. Slime Glands. I mean, let's be honest. It's like here. Probably here. I think the only good thing that Slime Glands do is prevent you from slipping in slime, and you can also use it to put yourself out if you're on fire. S tier. Alright, yeah, slime. I think I might, just to trigger people, I'll put it right here. I can do a clickbait video. What is up, guys? Smash that like button. Welcome. No, this belongs here. It's only probably marginally better than Kindle. But it sucks. It's shit. It costs 1. It affects a 3x3 area. It can slow enemies down, I guess. But I don't have anything to say about it. I think I will. I think, Frank, I'm going to take a screenshot and then I'm going to edit it and I'm going to put Slime Glands at the top. Along with Kindle. This is just a garbage. I don't know why anyone would ever take this. If you've ever taken it, I'm very sorry. I hope the character died relatively quickly and it was relatively painless. But this, don't ever take it. Take anything else. Take friggin' Sense Psychic. Okay, next one. Spacetime Vortex. I kind of like Spacetime Vortex. I like it as the I like the defect where your concentration slips. Basically what Spacetime Vortex does is it allows you to teleport an enemy to just anywhere, somewhere on the map. Not on the same tile, just somewhere in Qud. Could be underground, could be, you know, above deck. It's, I think it's fairly expensive. Let me find out the cost here. It costs... oh no, it only costs 3. So, actually fairly cheap. To Brazil you go, indeed. Everybody knows that everybody that gets sent through a Spacetime Vortex ends up in Brazil. Brazil or Florida. There's no in between. It's relatively cheap. I think it can have some use as a panic button, so to speak. I think there are much better things you can take, but it is cheap. Free is not bad. It also, I think, gives you rep with highly entropic beings, but cares. It's kind of all over the place when you do cast it. Like when you have it casted at you, as you know, it kind of starts off nearby and it kind of moves around, I think, randomly. Although sometimes it does feel suspiciously like it's tracking my character. I think this probably goes... It's low C tier, I think. It's good when combined with Fugue, but chaotic. Oh, I can imagine. Super chaotic. You feel like you're never able to use Spacetime Vortex reliably. You never suck your enemies in. Yeah, I have a very similar experience. Sorry, one sec. I don't really have much else to say about it though. Let's see what the wiki has to say about Spacetime Vortex. So at level 1, it's on a 500 round cooldown. Holy cow. Although it has probably the best scaling I've ever seen, and at level 10 it has a 50 turn cooldown. It's insane cooldown. 50 round cooldown at level 10. Holy cow. I think the downside to using this is that you don't get any XP from teleporting your enemies randomly. So I think it goes like, would I rather have it than sleeping gas? No, I don't think I would. I like it as a defect, but as an actual mutation that I have to level up, I don't respect it. Spinneret. I mean, the fact that it's adjusted down by will and ego means you can spam it like crazy as an Esper. You can, yeah, the cooldown goes surprisingly low at some points into it. What are we at? We're at Spinnerets. Spinnerets is not good. It costs 3 points. It costs 3 friggin' points, dude. It has to go into D tier. So Spinnerets allows you to spin webs, which slow down enemies. Other than that, it doesn't really do anything. It has an 80 turn cooldown. It means that you yourself can't get stuck in webs. But you know how else to deal with webs for the same cost? Corrosive gas. It's just not good. Don't take it. Don't waste your points. It's way too many points for what it does. The wiki's talking about, oh, you can do it whilst phase to create phase webs, which allows harvesting of phase silk. Guess what, dude? I don't care. I don't care about any of that. It's garbage. I don't respect it. You leave me and my family alone. Alright, let's move on. Stunning Force. Stunning Force. So Stunning Force is kind of similar to Disintegration, except for I think it's actually an Esper ability. Am I right? It is. Okay, so it costs 4 points, so it's fairly expensive. I'm going to be honest with you, I very rarely will take Stunning Force. It's too expensive for my liking. You stun nearby enemies and in a 7x7 area, so it's got a good range on it. And enemies get stunned for 3 turns, I think. It's okay. I think it's definitely better than Disintegration. It doesn't have the horrible 3-turn inability to do anything after Disintegration. But I think this is like low. This is going to be a low C, I think. I don't think it's quite on the same level as D. I'm sure there are some people that can use it effectively. What is the cooldown here? So with 16 willpower, you've got a 50-turn cooldown. It's actually kind of good. And at 20, you've got a 40-turn cooldown. So actually, it's got some nice cooldowns to it. It doesn't deal much damage, I don't think. Although I think the damage kind of is like incremental. It can travel through walls apparently. So it synergizes with Clairvoyance, which I didn't realize. But this is a good point. So the wiki says in disadvantages, the effect of pushing creatures makes it difficult to follow up on the stun effect, which is totally true. So, you know, I don't use it much. I'd rather have it than Disintegration, but it's very expensive for what it is. I think this is like, I think I'd rather have it than Sleeping Gas, but I'd rather have Adrenal Control. So this is a low C for me. I've got nothing else to say about Stunning Force. I don't use it nearly as much as maybe some people do. Alright, Sunder Mind. I'm probably going to have a little bit of a hot take for Sunder Mind. I think it deals a lot of damage, especially on that 10th round. Let me read the description first in case you don't know. So Sunder Mind. For up to 10 rounds, you engage in psychic combat with an opponent, dealing damage each round. Taking any action other than passing the turn will break the connection. Each round, you make a mental attack versus mental armor. After the 10th round, you deal bonus damage equal to the total amount of damage you've done so far. So that 10th round basically gives you 100% damage all in one turn. So huge. So let's talk about the problems. First of all, it costs 4 points, which I think is reasonable because it is such a powerful ability. However, it's got an 80 turn cooldown. If you get damaged whilst using Sunder Mind, it breaks the Sunder Mind and the cooldown starts and you can't use it until the cooldown is over. You can't take damage. You have to visually be able to see the enemy unless you're using Clairvoyance. And you have to succeed in your rolls against the enemy's mental armor for them to actually take damage. Otherwise, you yourself can take damage. It can basically reflect back at you. So, it definitely has some trade-offs. I can't understate how powerful it is, though. You're essentially exploding the enemy's skull with your mind, which is cool as hell. You don't have to worry about the enemy's dodge or armor value. It's powerful. It's very powerful. But it is expensive. You can't use it on anything that doesn't have a mind to sunder. So you can't use it on like slimes. You won't be able to use it on robots. I think Sunder Mind is like, it's a high C, low B kind of thing. I do like it. I think a lot of people love it and they would put it like up here. I tend to think it's like around here. How does it look there? I think it's okay to go there. What do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you think it's like... I don't think it's necessarily better than, you know, like multiple arms or domination. I think it is offensively, but I think just knowing all of the caveats that come with it, I think it belongs on like a high B. The fact you can't use it against all of the enemies, the fact that you can't do anything whilst it's active, and the fact that it might not necessarily connect, so to speak. Just not good. But it is better in terms of raw damage. I think it's probably one of the more powerful attacks in the game. But it's just getting the damage to actually land, you know. So I think I'm happy with that. What do we have next? Syphon Vim. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think I've ever taken it. I think it looks really rubbish. It costs 3, so it doesn't cost much. I do know, though, that you have to be stood next to the enemy for them to be effective. So basically, Syphon Vim basically turns you into a vampire. And you basically start to suck the life force out of the enemy, and it heals you. Which sounds really cool. At level 1, it does 1 damage and 1 healing. At level 10, it does 10 damage. And it scales 1 to 1, depending on the level. So if you got it to a high enough level, it's probably fairly good, especially for the healing. And it's affected by willpower. It has an obscenely high cooldown though. At level 16 it has a 200 round cooldown. At level 20 it's 160. I guess it's cool for being able to deal damage whilst healing, but I don't respect it, and I think it seems like more of a hindrance to get to work properly. How many turns does it even... So it has a 20 round duration. I don't think the duration can be improved either. So it's 20 rounds. That actually makes me appreciate it a bit more. Hey, Slippery. Just saw the 1.0 news. Yeah, Kit Fox Games is going to publish Caves of Qud next year. Exciting. I'm really intrigued to see all of the finished like quest lines and things. I think for me, Syphon Vim goes into D tier. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put it like here. The fact that it lasts for 20 rounds and you get like, you know, you can do like 1 damage and heal 1 each round. It seems almost useless in the early game. And I feel like it's one of those abilities that you would need to take into the late game once you've really heavily invested into it. But I'm just not about that. It's not for me, I'm afraid. If anybody has ever used Syphon Vim, please hit me up, but I want to know what you think about it. I want to know what you think about all of these. Not only where I put them, but what your personal experiences are from using them. But for me, I just think Syphon Vim belongs in D tier. It's not something I would ever use, and I don't really want to use it if I'm being honest. Telepathy. A lot of people have told me they enjoy using telepathy just because they, you know, if you use proselytize or beguiling and you want to talk to your companions, I guess that's good. I think it only costs 1 point. You can communicate with others through the psychic ether, chat with anyone in vision, takes much less time to issue orders to companions. It's a 1 cost ability. I'm sure it's got some uses. For me, I kind of want to put it in D tier, I'm not gonna lie. I think I might put it in C tier though, because I do see the value in it. Let's read about it. Very low cost, reduces the action point for directing companions, almost completely counters glot rot. That's true. That's actually true. Allows the player to check if a creature is mindless from a distance, preventing the accidental use of domination. That doesn't count because you learn that as you play the game. Allows the player to read the dreams of sleeping creatures. Yes, I forgot about this. Like all texts that use Markov chains are basically the things in books that tell you about little secrets. The dreams can have any information that can be found, such as the location of the ruin of House Eisner. It doesn't allow you to trade though, or do the water ritual. So I think reading dreams is super cool and a nice like little bonus flavor for the game, but I think ultimately I think telepathy is D tier. Sorry, I really do. I think I would rather have it. I'd rather have it than psychometry, because I really don't I'm gonna move psychometry down one. I really don't respect it. Alright, teleport other. Teleport other allows you to teleport an enemy or a companion for that matter to a place on the map that you've already revealed. Right, when I say the map, I mean the map tile that you're on. It costs 2, so it's pretty cheap. It is a fairly effective get out of jail free card if you're fighting only one enemy, and that's the huge caveat, is it only works on one enemy. How are we doing for cooldowns? Cooldowns are very low. At level 1 it's 105 rounds, but by level 10 it goes down to 15 rounds. So it scales very, very well. And I think it's also affected by willpower. So you can probably get the cooldown incredibly low. Oh, apparently the teleportation is random. It doesn't work the same way as teleportation does. It's cheap. I don't wanna write off how cheap this is, but the fact that this is random, it only works on one enemy. I mean, it's not D tier, but it is C tier, and I think it's low C tier. Like here, maybe. Has a very low cooldown, which it has going for it, but beyond that, you still have to level it up to level 10 to get it to like a 50-turn cooldown. And because it's random, it can't be any higher than this. However, teleportation, our next one, teleportation is kind of great. It's this is the one that allows you to teleport yourself to any point on the map that you've already revealed. It's pretty damn good. It basically gives you a rechargeable Yonder Cane. It's expensive. Costs 5 points. I think. Yes, 5 points. Has an okay cooldown. It's like, it's not the best in the world, but it's not terrible. At level 1, you have a 12 tile uncertainty radius. That means within those 12 tiles you can teleport randomly. And it has a 100 turn cooldown. At level 10 it has a 3 tile uncertainty radius and a 73 round cooldown. You get it to level 20, that goes to 2 tile uncertainty and 43 round cooldown. It's also affected by willpower. So the cooldown's actually much lower in reality. I think this is really good. If you couple it with like Clairvoyance, it's probably the most effective, you know, defensive, one of the most effective defensive abilities in the game in terms of getting you out of the fight and away from danger. But you do have to invest in it, and it does cost a lot of points. This is either high B tier, low S, or low A tier. I think it's high B. I think it's like right at the forefront of B tier for me. That one's an A for you, Frank. Very, very good. Maybe high B. Actually, you're unsure. Getting tough. Maybe just under Beguiling. Where did I put Beguiling? Oh, here. I do think that this is a great ability. I find myself relying on it less and less the more I play Caves of Qud, because you just kind of, I guess, learn a bit, but like, it's just invaluable for getting out of, especially early game, and especially if you're like maybe a newer player. I think it's top B. I think it can get, obviously it can go anywhere below that, but I think for me, would I rather have Flaming Ray? Yes, but it's like comparing, you know, this is purely defensive, this is purely offensive, so maybe let's put it here. Yeah, I think that's an okay place for it. It's good, very good, just very expensive, and it has a pretty crappy cooldown. But you shouldn't be using it all the time. It's really just for like when all else has failed, pop teleportation kind of thing, you know. Alright. Temporal Fugue. Or Temporal Fugu if you're into eating fish. Temporal Fugue, I mean, let's admit it. Temporal Fugue is S tier. It's just... It's hard to explain it, because basically Temporal Fugue, you clone yourself with a certain amount of clones based on the level, but all of your clones inherit everything that you have, including your items, your abilities, your mutations, your weapons, your armor. And at higher levels, they linger for quite a while. The cooldown is very high. How much does it cost? I feel like Temporal Fugue is a 5 cost. Yeah, so it's very expensive. It has a 200 turn cooldown at level 1. But man, is it good. The willpower does affect it. You can get the cooldown to 160 turns with 20 willpower. At level 1, the duration lasts for 20 rounds and you only get 1 clone. You double your clones every 2 levels. So level 1 and 2 you have 1 copy. Level 3 and 4 you have 2 copies, so on and so forth. And the cooldown, the duration increases by 2 rounds every 2 levels. So at level 10, you've got 30 rounds and 5 copies. So imagine if you've got like Corrosive Gas, or if you've got a Haunt build, and then suddenly you clone yourself 5 times and all of your clones are attacking the enemy. It's super good. I mean, there's not really much you can say about it other than it's basically, do you want more copies of you that are going to inherit all of your abilities? If yes, look no further. I mean, it's S tier. I would probably put it like here. It's really good. It's a lot of fun. It's pure chaos. If you've got like Burgeoning or Corrosive Gas and you use Temporal Fugue, it's going to be absolute chaos, but it's going to be fun. It's super useful, but freezing your computer is annoying. Yeah, I guess that you could consider that as well, depending on your computer. That sucks, John. But I love Temporal Fugue. I didn't use it very much for probably the first 200 hours that I played through Qud. But I absolutely love it now. Harry Bolzak. Great name, dude. Welcome, first time chatter. How are you doing? Thank you for being here. Thick Fur has to be S tier. Oh. Thick Fur, Slime Glands, S tier. Alright, so yeah, moving on to Thick Fur. Get this back up. Thick Fur is a 1 cost. Now, here's a little hot take. I actually like Thick Fur. I think if you're gonna do like Bethesda Susa or something, you're gonna do the storyline, it's a nice little bonus. It does give you some nice resistances. I think it also gives you bonus rep. Let me check with apes. Okay, so 1 cost. Yeah, plus 100 rep with apes, baboons, bears, and grazing hedonists. It gives you 5 heat and 5 cold resist. Beyond that, it does fuck all else, and it does cost 1 point. You can't level it up. There's not really anything to say about Thick Fur, other than it gives you, if you've got 1 point and you don't want any of the other things for whatever reason, I think it has to go into D tier innately because it's a 1 point mutation. That isn't like Heightened Hearing. Not Heightened Hearing, sorry, Night Vision. Does it go in C or does it go in D? I think it has to go in D. It's not bad, it's not great, obviously. It doesn't really do anything. But I guess if you're going for like an RP build, and you want to play like an ape man, go for it. Let's put it like here. Okay, moving on. We're final 5 here. Christ, how long has it taken us? About 4 hours. Who's gonna watch this video? If you're still watching this on YouTube, commendations. Time dilation. Time dilation is kind of I think it's probably a little bit overrated in my opinion. How much does it cost? Let's start with the cost here. Time dilation costs 4 points. Not super expensive, it's not cheap. It slows down both your enemies and your followers within a certain radius. The further away they are from you, the closer they are to you, the more they get slowed down. It's okay. It's almost useless at the furthest distance because it's only going to slow down enemies by like a very small percentage. Well, I have the percentage right here. So at level 1, enemies that are in one tile of you get 57% reduction to their quickness, which is really good, don't get me wrong. At distance 4, it falls to 22%, and at distance 7, it falls down to 3.6%. And at level 10, you get enemies next to you get an 86% reduction to their quickness, which falls to 33% at 4 and 5% at 7 tiles away. So if an enemy is like right on top of you, time dilation is pretty fucking sick. The cooldown is quite big. At 16, willpower is 150 rounds, and at 20 it goes to 120. So I mean, cooldown not great. This is going to be something that you're using up close and personal, so you're probably going to want to keep it popped for as long as possible. What is the duration on this? Duration is 15 rounds, which can't be changed. So it's 15 rounds of that. That's not many rounds, but it's probably enough. If you haven't killed your enemy when they're on top of you within 15 rounds, you're probably in a bit of a hairy situation. I think time dilation, there's probably a case to put it into B tier. I think for me personally, it goes in high C. It's definitely got some cool uses. Do you like melee espers? Yeah, exactly. Leisha, that's actually perfect. So yeah, if you're playing a melee build that also happens to have a really high ego, this is going to be perfect for you. This is going to be actually in fact, this actually kind of makes me want to play a build just like that. If we did a build where we had like very high ego and we had maybe photosynthetic skin and heightened quickness, and then we took time dilation, so we've got extra quickness and the enemy has less quickness, that would be really interesting. I've actually never done a build like that. I think this for me is going to go into IC. Where do you guys think? Do you think here or like around here somewhere? Would I rather have Sunder Mind? Most of the time, but not all of the time necessarily. I think I'd rather have it than Burgeoning. I think this is actually the perfect position for time dilation. For now. Triple jointed. So, triple jointed, there are 3 mutations in the game, like we talked about with double muscled, that actually give you bonus attribute points. They're all incredibly powerful. I think of the 3, triple jointed is the least powerful, but it's still very, very good. So triple jointed gives you 1 extra agility point every 2 points that you put into it. So if you're going for like a ranged build or a dagger build or something like that, it's very, very good. It's nowhere near as good as double muscled. Double muscled comes with the bonus of giving you extra carry capacity, things like that. So triple jointed costs 3, whereas double muscled I think cost 4. So it's relatively cheap. And it's a passive mutation. You don't have to activate it. It's just always on. And I think you can never go wrong with stuff like that. I think it also can ignore cooldowns for agility based attacks. So if you're like speccing into a pistol build, if you have triple jointed, there's a chance that when you use a skill or an ability, the cooldown won't activate, so you can basically use it again immediately, which is probably the biggest bonus outside of the agility. It's the only bonus outside of the agility, to be honest. This is good. It's a good ability. It's a good mutation. Yeah, so every 2 points you get +1 agility. The cooldown cancel chance starts at 10% and increases by 3% for every point. So by level 10, you have a 37% chance to not activate the cooldown when you use an agility-based skill. So mostly daggers and ranged weapons, not including heavy weapons. I think this probably goes into B tier for me. I mean, anything to increase your attributes is nice, but I do find myself neglecting agility quite a bit. I think I would probably put it ahead of Time Dilation, but behind Sunder Mind. Yeah, that feels about right to me. Yeah. I'm gonna keep it there. It's a cool ability, but it's kind of boring. Doesn't really have much in the way of, you know, wow factor. Okay, two-headed. Two-headed is actually kind of interesting in that it's a physical mutation, but you're mostly going to want to take it if you're playing an Esper, or, you know, a mixed Esper. I think the fact that it is in the physical tree is a bit of a detriment to it, because it means you can't take the genotype, the Esper genotype. So it costs 3 points. You have 2 heads. Mental actions have a 5 times level plus 15 lower action cost. And you have a 50% to shake off a negative mental effect. So let's see what actions this actually affects. So any status effect that's on you, you can shake off 50% quicker because you have 2 heads. It also means if you get one of your heads cut off, it's not instant death, which is a nice bonus. And it does give you an extra head slot. So if you want to equip like another Nullworm skull for an extra point of ego, or if you want to wear like like the Kessel face and like another relic mask or something, you can do that, which is super powerful. Let's see. Synergizes well with mental mutations, provides protections against many mental status effects. At level 17 or higher, mental actions will cost no energy, basically granting as many free turns as the creature has mental action. This combos well with light manipulation. Well, we all know what I think of that. Disadvantages: moderate cost, halves AV and DV because it's averaged out. So it actually doesn't really have downsides. So I think for that I have to kind of put it into like high C, low B tier. I don't find myself taking it very often. But it is cool. Having 2 heads is just cool. And the fact that it reduces your action cost is really nice. But I don't really use it, and therefore I can't put it... I can't really put it like... I don't feel right putting it here. I feel like it's probably around here somewhere. Let's put it here. I can't believe Burgeoning is on top of... There's too many phase cats for you to not take it. Yeah, the phase cats are annoying, aren't they? When they follow you around and you can't attack them. Oh wait, I just read here, this does not affect attribute bonuses. Oh no, sorry, no, never mind, ignore. It's okay. It's an okay ability. It's cool having two heads, but beyond that, I don't really take it very often, so I don't have much to say about it. I do, however, have a lot to say about Two-Hearted, which, like double-muscled and triple-jointed, it gives you every 2 points you get 1 extra toughness. Now, toughness is a bit of a weird attribute point in Qud, because other than I think giving you more health and a longer sprint duration, it doesn't really have much. Doesn't really affect anything. However, I do feel like I often neglect toughness, and obviously having more health means more survivability. Just a straight up, fact. This costs 3, so similar to triple jointed. And every 2 levels you get +1 toughness, and you get plus 10% to your sprint duration. So if you actually couple this with like multiple legs, you have an insane sprint. Doesn't really do anything beyond that. Just gives you more health. That's really the only bonus. It doesn't really have any downsides. Or I would say another bonus is, the more points you spec into like two-hearted or double muscle, triple jointed, means that when you every 6 levels, when you do get that attribute point, when you level up, you can put that into anything else. You don't have to worry. So I think this is kind of like an old reliable, like it's just a nice thing to have. Is it as good as double muscled? No, definitely not. Is it as good as triple jointed? I think there's a case to be made that it is. I actually would put these almost neck and neck, personally. I would maybe put it slightly below triple jointed. Extra health's always nice. Extra sprint duration's kind of nice, but probably a little bit overrated, I would say. I think triple jointed just beats it in the fact that it can it has a chance not to trigger a cooldown with agility based. I often will go for a pistol build, so this is kind of a big one for me. But two-hearted, sorry. Good ability, relatively cheap, gives you attribute points every 2 levels. Classic. I do think it's worth pointing out that toughness, I misspoke earlier when I said it only affects your sprinting and your health. It also, I think, affects the chance for you to shake off status effects. So if you find yourself getting stunned or, confused, or put to sleep, this kind of reduces that, but you'd really be trying to avoid those fights head on rather than just dealing with them. So I think it goes here. It may even go here. And we come to our final... Finally, we come to our final mutation now. Wings. Band on the Run. Jet. Let Me Roll It. Paul McCartney and Co. Great band. Where does it place? I like Wings. You get it to level 6 and you'll no longer fall to the ground when you take it. It also gives you a big bonus to not getting lost. How much does it cost? It costs 4. It also gives you rep with birds and winged mammals. That's not important. So it's good because they go on your back. They don't prevent you from gripping anything on your back. It doesn't provide you with anything like AV or DV though. Like I said, get it to level 6 and you'll no longer have a chance to fall to the ground. Now, the real strength of Wings is that whilst you're on the surface, if you're flying, melee enemies just straight up cannot attack you, and that is huge, right? You're on the surface, a chitinous puma comes around the corner, bing bong, you can't hit me, and I can shoot you. You can also swoop to do a melee attack if you want. Also, we had a run through recently, a playthrough where we flew over to the freehold at level 7, which made the game super easy early game because we had access to late game gear from level 7. So you can do that kind of thing with wings. Let's see, the chance to get lost is reduced by quite a bit, up to a maximum of 95%. So at level 1, you move across the world map at twice the speed. Your chance to get lost is minus by 40%. Your sprint move speed is up by 20%, and your jump and charge distance increases by 1 and 2 respectively. It's nice to not get lost. It also allows you to float down shafts. Like when you get to Golgotha, you can literally just float all the way down to the bottom where Slog is, grab the way droid and float back up, and you can get the mission done like immediately. There's too many there's a ton of investment into something that can be replaced with easy to get tech. No. So, do you mean mechanical wings? Or you mean gyrocopter? Because mechanical wings are garbage. Being a human attack helicopter is too cool. Being a bird just can't compare. Well, there's that, but I can't compare any of these mutations to items in the game because you're never guaranteed to find like a gyrocopter backpack. Or even well, you'll probably find mechanical wings because they're garbage. You can look in a trash can. But wings, I like wings. I think they're solid. It's worth pointing out though that they don't do shit underground. And since you're going to be taking most of your fights underground, they're not going to do anything for you. You can still charge a bit further or jump further, but beyond that underground, they're not going to do anything for you. These are purely, I wouldn't think of this as like a combat mutation. This is like just a nice piece of I don't know. It's like a utility mutation, you know, that makes everything else a bit easier. You found hover boots in almost every run that lasted longer than the first few areas. Oh, okay, fair enough. I actually don't find hover boots that much, I don't think. But that is a totally valid thing. But I think having this from the beginning of the game, wings are great. I'm going to put them into A tier. They're going to go like here. And with that, have also follow road round, or X, sorry, whatever the fuck it's called now. With that, we are done. That is all of our mutations done. I think some people would be happy with this list. I think some people kind of sad or mad with this list. But this is my list. This is how I value all of these. I mean, nobody's shocked that Corrosive Gas is actually more in S tier than I thought they would be. I knew these three would be S tier. I talked Photosynthetic and Heightened Quickness into S tier from A tier. But these three here, God tier. These three here, dog shit tier. Let's be honest. And that's me. Let me screenshot this. How do you feel? How do you guys feel about this list? All right. Okay. So, this is my Caves of Qud mutation tier list. We're going to be starting a new run tomorrow. We basically only have one more achievement. We have two, but one of them's a long-term thing. We have one more achievement and then we are done with all of the current achievements in the game. Word on the street is there might be new achievements being added, but we will see. You hate photosynthetic. Damn, really? But photosynthetic is heightened quickness and regen in one, and it only costs 2. It's cracked. It's boring, but it's cracked. But yeah, we'll be starting a new run tomorrow. 5 o'clock, as usual. May do a Truekin for our final achievements. It's been a while since we've done Truekin. Failing that, we're going to do a Corrosive Gas Force Bubble build. Remaining achievements, we need to get transmuted into a gemstone. And we need to find 100 villagers. We're 89 of 100. I don't think we'll find 11 villages in one playthrough, but I don't mind doing some stuff offline to get it like within a couple of villages and then run to finalize that, and then we're done. So, with that in mind, guys, I shall head off. If you were here and you enjoyed, thank you very much for being here. I encourage you to hit the follow button if you enjoyed what you saw today. I tend to play Caves of Qud more than anything on stream. We're currently doing 100% runs to get all of the achievements. And yeah, I at the moment I stream like 3 days a week. Willis, thank you very much for the sub, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's really lovely of you. Thank you, Willis. There you go. You got your name on that little brick up there now, in up left. I'm gonna spend that on a lovely coffee. I'm not really. I need to buy a new webcam for the stream because this one is garbage. I don't look like this. I'm actually a 93-year-old Japanese woman. IRL. It makes me look like a 32-year-old pasty white guy. Let's see if there's anybody online right now that we can raid. That was fun. You like non-gaming streams? It's the first non-gaming stream I've done. So, and I thought, you know what? We play enough Caves of Qud. Let's actually talk about it for 4 hours. Went on way longer than I... Shall we go and send a raid over to Claiborne? He's playing Dwarf Fortress. If you like Dwarf Fortress, he's a great guy. Go say hello. Hit him with the rat pog. And I shall be back tomorrow. Set up the raid here. I will be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock EST. 5 PM that is, not AM. And we'll actually play some Caves of Qud. So thanks a lot, guys. I'm going to send the raid over now. Say hi to Claiborne, and I will see you.